dear. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. I'm gonna try to be quick. Come on. Offline. Why is it saying that I'm offline? Did I freak it out again? Hello? Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the... Hello? No, it's going. I'm gonna take a look at... Why the heck? That's weird. It's saying that the stream is offline, but that's also streaming. And I see it streaming here on YouTube Studio. So, what the heck? Okay. Now, why is the camera not working still? Can we get the ass? There we go. All right. This should be working. Why does it still say it's offline? Oh, now, okay, now it's fixed. Okay, good. Okay, cool. I see 2 viewers. That's good. Okay. I realized what happened. I glitched the, I glitched the, this YouTube Studio. Sniper Gaming! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what we're doing today, Non-Moth. We are Sniper Gaming. Hey, yo! Welcome in, Payload Race _ Pipeline. You are my favorite. You're my favorite Payload Race map. Actually, yeah, I guess so, yeah. I can't count Banana Bay because as much as I love its layout and stuff, it doesn't fit the game aesthetically. The Snippus class. Okay. So, I'm very sorry that this stream is so late in the day, by the way. I don't really have an excuse. I just have a reason, but it is a personal reason. Mostly that work is just hard. But I'm done. I'm actually done with work for the entire week. There was something due midnight tonight that I actually took care of last night alongside everything else that was due last night. So I'm gold for today and the entire weekend, which is great because that opens up a ton for me. One of those opportunities, of course, being streaming to you all. And I'm going to get my display capture working here. Give me a moment. I'm going to, hang on, before I do that, I'm going to make sure that if I do need to open Discord, it is moved over here to the side so that it doesn't show up. Let's see. Oh, wait, I didn't want to do that either. Or maybe I should. Yeah, I'll leave it open. All right. So I think you all know what this is about. I think definitely Mr. John Pipeline over there knows because he reminded me that I had to do this in my Discord server. I'm very sorry. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted. Oh, by the way, celebrate with me, everyone, because I find it somewhat amusing to celebrate just briefly. I reached 900 hours in the base game of TF2 the other day, so yay! Maybe when I finally hit 1,000, I won't be considered a noob by so many people. So, I just saw the video in my recommended, and I was like, "Oh nah." Yeah, I knew he was making a video about it. He was talking about it in his server, and like he brought me into this content creator chat because he gave me a role for it apparently, and like the chat immediately just started going off about sniper balance. So to anyone who thought that the discourse around TF2 sniper is somehow, you know, understated or something, I think the very fact that it permeates all games, not just TF2, is a evidence to quite the contrary. I never read his server. Yeah, you shouldn't. The only reason I've ever done it is because there's always something up with him. And I know that, you know, the joke that Pikachu Frankie has that I'm obsessed with Lucid, and I'm not. It's just that every time he has something to say, it is something I disagree with so fundamentally that I am genuinely baffled how he is doing it. Sometimes I feel like it's intentional, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. Let me get the display up, and I'm going to enable desktop audio. So his newest video, Snipers, Aim Isn't Everything. Can the most controversial class in gaming be fixed? So already, not a favorable outlook, not an unbiased outlook, just we are already starting off with the baseline that snipers as a whole across gaming are busted, which already very much tarnishes my hope for the video, because my hope for the video was that it would actually say something different this time, different than the Games Foundation video or the Arch video or the old P-Bean video that I guess he, you know, thinks he would make differently nowadays, which whatever. But, you know, any anti-sniper video is just the same thing over and over and over again, maybe stylized a little differently based on the dialect or the way you speak, but ultimately it comes down to the same thing. They're busted because they make me feel bad, but there's no way to fix them other than to just get rid of them. And that the only counterplay to one is another one, which is ridiculous. Time to add the 30-minute addendum to this video to your sniper vid. Yeah, I was actually kind of eager for this because I'm reformatting the script right now. It needs a different focus in the way it's presented, but most of the information I can actually keep as is. The primary difference is that I am going to be, especially with the new graphics card that was donated to me through by my epic YouTube member Bonk42, I can now actually edit in video clips because I actually have the power to do it now. And so what I wanted to do was edit in all the video clips of people, particularly in the TF2 world, but also general sniper culture, if they do bring up TF2 sniper at all. I wanted to edit that in to sort of provide an example of the arguments or the general talking points that I wanted to address. And the general sniper culture videos are interesting because that's actually a chapter at the end of the script regardless, because the general sniper culture is what has bled into TF2. It is not a natural complaint for TF2 players that sniper is busted. It comes from other video games and other cultures, and it's I guess what you would call a trickle-down complaint. That is my observation about it. I'm still trying to verify that that's actually the case, because there's nothing that really indicates the opposite concretely, as far as I'm aware. Sniper can be fixed by placing him in a better map. It always comes down to the map being designed poorly with little regard for sightlines and alternative routes. As far as TF2 goes, yes, I would agree, because TF2 Sniper mechanically is balanced in such a way that he does work well with the rest of the team, and he does provide enough power against the enemy team to where he like pretty much all the other classes in their own element is a glass cannon, and you know, glass shatters easily when it's pushed around a bit too much, and a lot of it does come down to map design, and I talk about that in the video as well. But the map design problem in TF2 is also because there's so many unlocks that you need the space to use them properly, and especially unlocks that are geared much more for movement. And as TF2 has moved more into being more movement oriented, Sniper has just benefited as an accident to that, because if you look at the unlocks for Sniper, most of them, at least in terms of the rifles, fit his core design better than most of the other unlocks for the other classes in the primary department. So it's actually not that Sniper's busted. He's actually one of the most consistent in the game, but I'll get to that in the video. Hi, losers. Shut up, Pikachu Frankie. We're not losers. You are. Anyways, all the Sniper rifle unlocks are annoying or overpowered. Yeah. In your sadistic dreams. How loud do I need to have this? How long do I have to wait for this to buffer? I hope the internet isn't going to be too much of a problem, because my wife is watching YouTube in the bedroom right now. She's kind of resting. Sniper rifle just shoots straight, very overpowered. Yes, absolutely. It should have a random deviation of about 1.5 degrees. That would absolutely be fair and balanced gameplay, especially considering the legacy from the previous TF games. Yeah, the Bizarre Bargain, Machina, and Heatmaker are just totally normal and not better than stock. They're not, though. They're really not. You don't get the same consistency with it. And at a certain point, the Machina is just not very useful when you can't dry fire. The Heatmakers, whatever. They are, and you have skill issue. Sure, man. I mean, I'll be going over all that in the video anyway, so you can hold your horses on that. I'm so sorry. I'm making sure there's no emergencies. Ooh. Sweet. You really know how to tick me off, don't you? It should have ballistics. The bullet must fall to gravity, and you should compensate for wind. That would be hideous in a more, not arcadey type of shooter. Arcadey is really a bad word for TF2. More simple shooter. Ballistics sounds like a good experimental server mode. Imagine scout dodging sentries and... Oh, man. No, if you applied that to all bullets, that would be really rough. I don't know. At that point, that's kind of a completely different game, isn't it? If you applied that to all bullets. And then what if you did that for everything else, too? You know, like all the other projectiles in the game. If rockets succumbed to gravity or a wind direction of some kind, you know? That'd be actually kind of crazy. Anyways, I'm going to stop lollygagging. We're going to get to it. I don't have anything else to say or introduce other than that this is just one of the many other videos I am definitely going to need for bringing things up regarding snipers in general. So I'm going to download this and move it to its correct folder before I watch it. Dude, you forgot to update your YouTube? No, this is updated. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at all these plugins. Look. We've got Return YouTube Dislike. We've got YouTube Redux. This is probably my favorite one. We've got this one that I got off of a PewDiePie video about degoogling. I think it's called Unhook. And it's really helpful for keeping myself not distracted while I'm working or doing something. It's really great. And then I found this as well, just in case an old video somehow has archived annotations, because I loved the annotations thing back when that was a thing. I know you could abuse it, but like my family members of mine had annotations in their videos that led to stuff that are no longer there. And because the videos don't have very many views, there was never any way, there's no archives of them. So it sucks, but No, it's great. It's great. It's a super detoxifying experience, and I get to with YouTube Redux, I get to customize the logo and the little button up here and into or the icon up here, I should say, into whatever I want. And this is, these are all my settings. It's really great. Honestly, it's really great because you can turn off shorts as well. You did that with Unhook as well, but part of the cool thing about Redux and Unhook, I think, is that you can redirect shorts into a default video page, which is awesome. It's great. I love it. So, yeah. He's lollygagging again. Skin him. Jump off a bridge, dude. Team Fortress 2 realistic rush. Yeah, YouTube looks way better. Way better from back then. I love this look. Turn off shorts. I need this. Yeah. You could do YouTube Redux and just minimize the old school looking thing, or I think it's here in Unhook as well. What do they have for shorts? I'm pretty sure they did have something for shorts. Hang on. I suddenly can't read all of a sudden. They have hide shorts. So you can hide shorts. Which I do because I don't want to see shorts in my algorithm. However, if I am sent one or I am linked to one by like something in a description or something, that's what this setting is for in YouTube Redux. All of these combine really well into each other. The YouTube dislike helps as well, really does. It actually is funny too because the YouTube dislike thing is what helped me figure out part of why this video integrity from this new video I had. Look at that. That's not even accurate, I think. I think this is... Does it show me the percent still? No. Okay, it's kind of buggy still. But like it's not the greatest ratio in the world just because it's not. I think the YouTube Studio says I'm still hanging around an 80 to 81% ratio on that, and yet it's still getting views. So shocking, but it's cool. It's cool. YouTube hid your comment? What comment? You mean your live chat? Only if you're bound to me with a rope so I can take you with me. Nah, dude. There was a hide shorts option. Okay, yeah. I saw that. All right, cool. 13 viewers. Holy cow. Guys, I think this is the most... Oh, the download is complete. Excellent. So let's copy this. Or no, we'll cut it and drag it into my sniper stuff folder. And we're going to lucid bracket in this so that I can sort it alphabetically later. 13 viewers is crazy. I think we broke the record for most viewers in my streams with the last Quickacast video or stream. Excuse me. But this is the most I've ever had in a solo stream, I think. So thank you guys. 12, 13 viewers or something. That's great. Thank you. The cowbell of despair and doom. Nobody would complain about Sniper if Spy was a consistent counter to Sniper. He is a consistent counter to Sniper. You had 19 viewers a bit ago, but your lollygagging has driven them away. Maybe, but I'm just hanging out. I'm hanging out with you guys. I'd much rather be one of those streamers that prioritizes hanging out with folks more than I don't know, someone who doesn't. I'm very entertained by reading chat. Darn lollygag. All right. I'll start the video. I'm not going to leave a like or dislike yet. What do the comments look? I shouldn't spoil it. Is there anything interesting in here? Just chapters. Chapter 1, it's Nerf or Nothing. The Squid Kid Sharpshooter. Why do we need a sniper? Okay, this is vague. But this description right here is already a terrible indicator. Silly maxing? Silly maxing, bruv?
I'll be ready.
Oh my god, I just hit a fucking clip. Holy shit.
Let's talk about the sniper.
Already hating the editing. Good lord. I really have fallen away from liking the very, very high edited videos. It's way too much for me now. It gives me a headache. Counterfeit Billy cock maxing. Oh, video's super loud. I am so sorry. Let me... Here, this might be better. Here, let me know if that's better.
Oh,
Because I can always raise my volume here on the audio interface.
oh my gosh, I just hit a fucking clip. Holy shit.
Is that better?
Let's talk about the sniper. The two most important skills in a shooter are aiming and positioning. How you shoot the enemies and how you move around the enemies to shoot them. These are the foundation.
Sorry, I was distracted by chat. What is he saying?
The two most important skills in a shooter are aiming and positioning. How you shoot the enemies and how you move around the enemies to shoot them. These are the foundation of what makes every player good, and mastering these is the key to leading any team to victory.
I guess so.
Positioning is a combination of your movement and understanding of the map. Even
Although
if your
I would
aiming is awful,
always go back to what Coincidence said in this, actually earlier in this Sunder stream, or VOD actually, is that spatial awareness is like one of the more important things, and if you don't have that, nothing else you do means anything, because you don't have the awareness of your surroundings to capitalize properly with your aiming and positioning skills. So, I don't know. Still a bit too loud. It's louder than your voice. That might be a microphone issue on my end then. Here, if I just raise my microphone volume, that might be better, because I've had it a little low because I've got a fan in the background and I didn't want y'all to hear it. Oh, the video echoes? The video... Oh, I know what that is. Sorry, the video is... Okay, it's not going to echo anymore. I fixed it. That is my fault. I like how YouTube used to have more colors. Much more colors. It looks jolly, yeah.
good positioning can give you the upper hand by putting yourself in an advantageous position and capitalizing on it. This is a trait that's usually associated with the scout archetype, a class whose focus is on going fast and moving erratically. Aiming, on the other hand, is associated with an entirely different kind of player. The sniper. Snipers are arguably the most pure distillation of what an FPS is. Whereas other weapons and classes rely on a combination of many factors all balanced out, the success of a sniper is almost entirely contingent on your aim.
No, not true at all. Not even close. If you don't have the positioning to help your aim out, you are so screwed. It is not this small. What are you talking about?
And little else. Sure, positioning and ammo management can be factors depending on...
Wait, did he put shotguns as very little aim and all position? What? How is he measuring this? How in the world is he... Let me know in your Discord what his ideas to nerf him were. Yeah, I'll let you know. Lucid, delete this video, broski. Yeah, I'm confused. I am very, very confused. It's like, okay, you know what this is? And like, I know if you guys haven't watched it, this is actually something I would actually recommend you guys to watch. I would recommend you guys watch the sort of pick apart that Alex and I did of Arch's video, because one of the more fundamental things that we talked about with the Arch video was he brought up graphs in a similar format to this, where it's just on sliders and stuff for like damage stats and all that. And the problem is that you don't understand what those mean. Like, what does it mean for range to be on the maximum? Because it doesn't just mean long range, right? According to what other people think, because infinite range as well as close range if you're good enough. But like, what does it mean for range to be maxed out? Shouldn't range be on a slider with a little tick that goes around instead of filling up a bar? And this is the same problem, where I don't understand how he thinks about aim and positioning. I don't know how he's categorizing this, really. It's really weird. It's disorienting more than anything, to be honest. And probably just opinion through his own consensus. What? Scouts, snipers, and spies are call-out classes. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. Put a sniper in the middle of a field. Yeah, I don't understand how he was measuring this, and the problem is that he's only brought it up for like 2 seconds, right? So
of many factors all balanced out, the success of a sniper is almost entirely contingent.
Like, you have to categorize what you mean. You have to quantify what you mean by positioning, because is it universal positioning on the map, or is it positioning relative to your own strengths and weaknesses? right? Because that completely changes. Sorry, I tripped on my word there. That's how you that just completely changes the way these graphs would be oriented. Like just that. I don't even need to bring anything else up. Just that. And I don't understand how he's thinking about positioning. Honestly, this is the worst one. Because I can't tell if it's relative to the class in particular or universal. So I'm not. He is generalizing his idea. He shouldn't. This is something that requires more detail to actually talk about honestly. This is the reason why I'm making a sniper video, because everyone does this. It is the dumbest, most dishonest thing to do. I hate it. The graph just reads, just stand still in one spot and shoot heads to win. So shallow, dude.
On your aim and little else. Sure, positioning and ammo management can be factors depending on the game, but even those skills can be completely neglected if your aim is good enough. Well, maybe not completely neglected. The point I'm getting at here is that with snipers,
what?
Aim is everything. If you're
no.
going to be good at the class, there's not much else you need to master.
No, aim is a very big part of it. Yeah, cuz like it's a very precise weapon, but that's not everything. Let's not be dishonest here. It's not everything. It's not. Callouts are when you tell someone of concise verbal or textual communication used to inform teammates about enemy locations or tactical movements, while also disrupting it within a distinct manner. I can kind of understand how Scout would be a callout class, because he runs around. He runs around and can communicate. Same with Spy. I guess same with Sniper too, because he can see farther than most of his teammates. I wouldn't call them that though. It's a bit too niche of a metric. Yeah, everyone calls out Sniper. So much more communication with snipers, spies, and scouts that many players don't take advantage of, especially communication. Yeah, I do find the more communicative players to be snipers, spies, and scouts. If that is what you mean, because I think that's what you're saying, and I agree. He said it. He said the he did. Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? Aim is everything. But he said aim isn't everything. Lucid, you liar. You lied again. Sniper is the worst. Depending on the game, maybe, but not in TF2.
Is everything. If you're going to be good at the class, there's not much else you need to master outside of your ability to click on heads. There's a reason why modders and cheaters gravitate
towards my god. Shallow prick.
Sniper classes so often. When aim is all that's required, breaking the
It's
game
not all that's required, dude. If that was the case, I could just run around willy-nilly with the rifle, and if I was just good enough at aiming, I would demolish everything, but I can't. I can't take care of heavies immediately, especially within their own effective range. I can't take care of sentries within their own effective range. I can't take care of, like, sticky trapping demo men or other snipers or spies that know how to get the jump on me, or scouts that get in the blind spot, or soldiers that get above me so they can bomb me down, because aiming up as a sniper is way more difficult than aiming forward. I can't take care of a pyro that air blasts me out of position, assuming the map actually, is conditioned for it and all that, like I am not, it is not all about aim, and it's not even all about aim and positioning either. There's so much more that goes into this. Oh. Okay. How long are we in on? 93 seconds. We're 93 seconds into this video, and already he has not impressed me. He is saying exactly the same thing that everybody else says about Sniper. This is not what I wanted. This is the most ununique? Not unique? Whatever the antithesis, the antonym of unique would be. That's what this video is. It's the same thing I've watched like 10 different times. Notice how most of the clips are him standing as far back as possible as Sniper. Yeah, even that is positioning too, and that's not easy positioning to maintain, but again, it depends on the game. Some games are more conducive to that kind of positioning than others because of their focus as a game, Gosh dang, man. Good old bot argument. The bot argument is weird. Like, I've talked to bot hosters about the concept of, like, people saying that they'd want to balance sniper around the fact that cheaters gravitate towards him, and even they think that that's stupid, because they would just find a way to circumvent that, or they would pick somebody else, and then that would be the new problem, right? You can't balance a game around cheats. You want to balance your game around honest gameplay, because if you're balancing the game around cheats, then why play it honestly if it's balanced with cheats in mind? At that point, just cheat with the game, in the game, and then that because that would be the way to play it properly, right? Oh my gosh, so shallow again. Gosh, dang it. Put 2 demo men on 2 fort with a specific goal to harass the enemy sniper. He's probably screwed every time because he cannot kill both at once. Exactly. You don't even need 2 demo men. You need like a soldier and a scout, and that's good enough. Because honestly, and the most critical thing I find is that once the sniper is down, if on any map, frankly, it's just harder on certain maps than others, obviously. If you can keep a good lock on where the sniper is designed to position and where he would naturally want to be, if you can hold those areas, he will never be able to regain his effectiveness without the help of his team, because he is designed to get to his spot and then be effective. If you can keep sniper out of his spot, he'll never be a threat to you. And if you fail, man, that'd be a big your fault, you know? They just pick heavy. Yeah, and they would apply cheats that would manipulate the spread and crit buckets and all that. I've told them, bot hosters have told me about that before. Scout bots are actually fairly effective as well if you have crit buckets on. That's what I've been reliably informed. Anyways, 93 seconds in, and this is going to be a hard watch, man. This is going to be a really hard watch. I can't believe I stopped watching like a mini doc on YouTube about Doom to sit down and watch this.
Isn't terribly difficult to achieve. But is all of that really true? Does breaking the game isn't sniper classes so often? When aim is all that's required, breaking the game isn't terribly difficult to achieve.
Does that apply to any other class? Because like, if I could make a solid case about applying this to other types of classes in other video games, does that work, or is that like not?
But is all of that really true? Does a sniper character really have to be designed around their aim?
How else would you design him? Not that he's inherently designed around his aim. He's not. He's designed more around his skill set, of which aiming is a part of, but not the full picture.
Is the whole class just a glorified aim trainer?
Shut up, dude. You make me regret cleaning my mouth up, or trying to clean my mouth up.
How do you design a sniper that's both fun to play as and fun to fight against?
Fun. It's over.
These are the questions I'm going to answer.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
To do that, we're going to look at 3 games and see how they design their sniper. We'll break
just 3? You're not even gonna address the most blatant of the issues, like the one that all the sniper discourse stems from, which is Call of Duty. Yeah, like, are we being so for real right now? Gosh. Kill me.
We'll break down their gameplay, design, and balancing to see what's missed the mark and what's been a perfect headshot. Get ready for the ultimate breakdown of the
Shut
sniper,
up. Get on with your point, man.
Class.
Controversial class. Good morning, Smokey Joe. Or should I say bad morning, because I have to watch this guy.
Sniper, as a class, is a natural reflection of the point-and-shoot nature that shooters were built on. Even the earliest pioneers of the genre identified that what makes shooters so engaging is the fast, instant feedback players receive when shooting an enemy.
Huh?
Nature that shooters were built on. Even the earliest pioneers of the genre identified that what makes shooters so engaging is the fast, instant feedback players receive when shooting an enemy. Snipers are...
I guess so. Yeah, it's a nice part of it. I'm sensing a pattern upon the future of FPS games that's not looking good. Correction, it's going to get way worse than it is today. I mean, we've been saying that for like 15 years, but yeah.
are the purest distillation of this idea, the core of shooters since their inception, which makes it all the funnier that snipers are almost universally hated in nearly every...
I wouldn't say that sniper's a distillation of the concept. I guess it would depend on how he means that. He hasn't really said how he means that. He's just said it for like the third time.
game that they're in. See, when everyone picks their character in a video game, they have to deal with a skill floor and...
Why is Widowmaker's head more high fidelity than the rest of her body? Where did he get this? This is really bad. That's really distracting. Sorry, I'm just noticing. Look, her entire head model is more defined than the rest of her body. And in fact, it looks like it's been cropped here because the hairline doesn't follow properly. What is this?
See, when everyone picks their character in a video game, they have to deal with a skill floor and a skill ceiling. The skill floor is a bare minimum impact the person can have by playing that character, and the skill ceiling is their peak impact when they've absolutely mastered the class. In most games, your average character's skill
personal.
Floor will be low enough to allow entry-level players
personal,
to try them,
though, so
but
it's
high
somewhat
enough to where viewing
subjective.
your skill progress is satisfying and engaging. However, and this is the most important part, the skill ceiling of a character should never be so high that you absolutely invalidate the skill of other players, especially other players who have reached the same skill level. No matter how good a player is...
Skill is a really hard thing to measure when you're using other characters in fighting games, because there's not a, how would you put it? Being skilled at one part of the game doesn't mean you're skilled in another part. I'm not skilled in a lot of areas of TF2 because I spent more time focusing on other stuff, so... Bro really took her portrait and taped it to an in-game screen grab. RIP.
They should always be beatable by a player of equal or greater skill level. That is, unless you're sniper.
Oh my gosh, bro. Do I have to do it? Do I have to open TF2 right now and prove his point wrong by just playing Spy for 10 minutes?
By players who have reached the
Don't
same
make me
skill
do
level.
this, man.
No matter how good a player is,
I've done this like twice.
Beatable by a player of equal or greater skill level.
No, they shouldn't. It doesn't huh? Hang on. I think I missed his point.
The skill ceiling of a character should never be so high that you absolutely invalidate the skill of other players, especially other players who have reached the same skill level. No matter how good a player is, they should always be beatable by a player of equal or greater skill level.
No, they should just be beatable. They should just be beatable, and it's up to the player to get the skill level required to beat them. There's not a necessity that someone of equal skill should always be able to be. It's a really weird way to phrase it, because if we are assuming something like equal skill between two players at something like chess, I guess, then it's really just up to who utilizes their skill better. In which case, I guess they would be the better skilled player in the moment. So I don't like the way that's phrased. It's pedantically correct, but also not. Because it's not entirely how skill works. I don't buy it.
That is, unless you're sniper. Because they rely so heavily on a player's aim and not much else, sniper...
What do you mean not much else? You know how hard it is to aim sometimes, man? Are you really writing off aim as a non-factor? Why?
Snipers are often a massive balancing challenge for developers. Either the sniper is...
Okay. People say this as if developers have always been complaining about snipers themselves. When was the last time you heard a developer actively complain about a sniper? Like, Arch said this in his video, too. His whole video is centered around that idea. But, like, he brings up so many examples of Counter-Strike, and I guarantee the Counter-Strike developers have never had an issue, like, vocally with, like, balancing headshotting or sniping as a whole, because almost every bullet in the game headshots. So it's like, what... I guess I would need some kind of proof that developers specifically have struggled with it. If anything, there's like, as far as Team Fortress specifically, when Sniper was first implemented into Quake Team Fortress as one of the first 5 classes in the entire game, I'll have you know, he was there from day one. There's interviews that say the Sniper was the most straightforward to implement because he was the most simple to balance and design. You just have a guy that charges power and you know, his drawback is that he loses basically all his mobility while he's charging the shot, and he's really susceptible to flanks because he does not have good self-defense options. Like the original sniper, the original sniper had the auto rifle mode and then the nail gun, and that was it. As discounting the melee option, right? Oh yes, sniper is all mouse movement, no WASD or object permanence. Yeah. Goodness gracious, man. I'm getting really annoyed by this. I'm almost tempted to jump in voice chat and just like watch this with someone because I don't want to suffer by myself. But at the same time, I don't want to accidentally get my stream subverted. So, I don't know. 18 viewers. Holy cow. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you like hearing me complain about the way other people make videos, because this is gonna be most of this stream, I guess. Nice viewer count, by the way. Oh yeah, I just noticed that. Thank you. How do I pronounce your name? Chinubio and Other Delusions. How would I refer to you with such a long name? I need to know, because I see you and I always feel bad for not saying your name, because I try to say everybody's name when they join stream, but I don't know how to say yours.
Incredibly underpowered, doing too little damage to be a consistent threat from long range, even with perfect aim, or the sniper is massively overpowered, being able to completely shut down an area and kill everyone in sight. This is the biggest problem with the sniper that game designers have to address. And
This is a problem with the heavy's lack of skill, not the sniper's increased skill. This is like more or less a noob shot to hit, frankly. This is like one of the big tests that brings you out from being an absolute noob at the game to approaching, a moderate beginner level, is to kill a heavy that is firing at you, walking in a straight line, not trying to crouch, not de-revving, not jumping, not ducking behind cover like a smart person, and defending his area of the map instead of contesting sniper in his area of the map, especially the offense sniper. Why have you picked the example? Why did you use the example here of a player being this stupid? Stupidity does not prove your point. The guy making the video doesn't know what a skill floor or ceiling is. Well, he kind of mentioned skill floor and skill ceiling already, just not in a very graceful way. Krubs, that's my Steam name. Oh, you're Krubs. Oh, you're Krubs from the Gold Rush session I played. That's cool. Okay, cool. I'll try to remember that. Yeah, good luck remembering that, Snake. Yeah, I'm not going to remember that. I'll try.
And even though I'm only going to be focusing on 3 examples, this issue has to be handled in basically every shooter with a sniper in it.
Wait, so you're... Oh, no. Wait, hang on.
This is the biggest problem with the sniper that game designers have to address. And even though I'm only going to be focusing on 3 examples, this issue has to be handled in basically
What issue again?
that is, unless you're sniper. Because they rely so heavily on a player's aim, and not much else, snipers are often a massive balancing challenge for developers. Either the sniper is incredibly underpowered, doing too little damage to be a consistent threat from long range, even with perfect aim, or the sniper is massively overpowered, being able to completely shut down an area and kill everyone in sight. This is the biggest problem with the sniper that game designers have to address. And even though I'm only going to be focusing on 3 examples, this issue has to be handled in basically every shooter with a sniper in it. How do you balance a character who's able to do massive damage from anywhere on the map without making them insanely oppressive and unfun to fight?
Oh, man. Okay. So he's talking about this as in a universal level, which means there's no opportunity for this to be game to game, and that it's all relative to the game you're designing the sniper within and around and for. Oh my gosh. The most shallow 64 IQ level analysis of a problem that you have an emotional issue with beyond a mechanical one. Chuni or Krubs, I don't care. Okay, cool. I'll probably refer to you as Chuni more if I'm being real, because that's what I'm going to remember. This kind of sounds like somebody made a sniper video without playing sniper. Oh no, but don't you remember? He showed in the intro. He hit a clip. in deadlock. Because that matters, right?
Fight against.
Okay, this is the exact same thing I see every single time someone complains about Sniper. Must be fun to fight against and play as. Fun. You guys already know my take about fun. I've explained it so many times in all of my past streams regarding Sniper and regarding my scripts. You guys know what I think about fun. You guys know what the truth is about fun, frankly. So you know this is going to be stupid. Everything from this point on is just going to suck. Because he doesn't have a good understanding of fun. That's obvious. He's a real gamer, TM. Snipers must have insanely long or infinite range. Technically, any bullet would, for being real. It is actually funny that he's using TF2 Sniper as well, because from my experience playing Pre-Fortress and then also base TF2 and Gold Rush, I think, there are certain community maps like Wacky Races or Balloon Races and stuff where the range gets so long to the point where Sniper can't actually shoot. Like, you could have the dot right on somebody's head, but there is a point where you're so far away that the tiniest of deviations will, because the bullet is absolutely dead center, if you have the dot on someone's head from super far away and you fire it, if it's not actually on their head, like if the crosshair isn't on their head, if the dot is on their head but the crosshair isn't, the bullet will miss. And you won't be able to tell because it's so far away you think you would deserve the hit, especially if you're factoring in things like latency and all that. So, pedantically, right? I know that's not a great example, but pedantically speaking, particularly with TF2 Sniper, there is a point where there is a range where his effectiveness is no longer useful, and it is very funny to bring up to people because they don't remember that. Hot take: Sniper is fun to play against. I say this as a medic player. My wife has said the same thing, and she's a medic player too. I have also experienced this in my recent excursions playing medic. And it's honestly something I don't even notice too, because the classes that are best at targeting medic, especially considering that medic should be priority number 1 for anyone on the map when he's alive, the classes that focus fire most are heavies, soldiers, and spies, actually. I've died more to spies than I have to snipers playing medic, and that's over the course of about 70 hours now, and I need about 30 more hours for my little project to be complete. The way you have fun is decided by the game mode chosen beforehand, since that's the goal the match is going to be played around. I wouldn't even say that because, again, fun, subjective term. It describes an emotional process in your particular mind. It has absolutely nothing to do with game design. People say that it's always had a thing to do with game design because that's the only terminology game developers have had, and because they've never taken the time to philosophically analyze what they're doing in their heads, all they're doing is just designing a fun experience, and that's paid off in the long run because generally game designers, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, have had some concept of what players are receptive to, and that also comes from the fact that the developers themselves are gamers, and so they will design a game that they themselves are receptive to, and so they naturally build a core audience around people that is comprised of people like them. It's why there's that old Bungie, for the Bungie guys, the guys that made the original Halo games, there was a quote I remember from one of those original guys where they have a toast. They have a thing that they say whenever they toasted, which was to us and to those like us, which is kind of cool because it's not necessarily hating on anyone for not being part of their club, but it's praising those who are in the club, you know? And it's pretty cool, and it's interesting like that because that's how a lot of games have been designed. But now we're at the point in culture where everything has to appeal to everyone. So then you get videos like this where people whine and whine and whine and whine about something they don't like instead of getting better with it. And I know that sounds, like what Solarlight was doing with Blue Pander, being all like, oh, he's whining so much about the base jumper when he probably doesn't understand it himself. But I think it's an issue of expectations a great deal of the time, and I talk about this in my scripts. I still have to finish the point, but expectations have changed regarding games. The expectation of the general culture is that games need to be incredibly hedonistic and emotionally self-serving instead of a interconnected, self-cohesive experience that you must abide by the rules by, and that by playing you consent to the rules of, right? The only reason to complain about a particular map in something like classic Doom is if the monsters and demons aren't placed appropriately, or something's too easy, or there's not, the challenge is too significant because there is you literally don't have enough resources to deal with something, right? It's actually what I've been learning watching Coincidence play Sunder. And what I've noticed is that there is never a complaint about the inherent design of something like a cyber demon or an archvile or a mancubus. You know, it is just you understand the rules of the game. You understand how these things work. You consent to the rules because you know you have the capacity to deal with it. The challenge is just dealing with it to the order of magnitude that whatever combat area you enter next requires. Right? That sounds like a very reasonable level of expectation for someone to have, but when it comes to Sniper, people throw out all their expectations that they would also have about like other classes, and they're just like, oh no, he's broken because he's not fun. It's like, all right, screw you too, I guess. Yeah, what's his definition of fun? Fairness, not getting killed in certain moments. What exactly, Lucid? Yeah, exactly, Non-Moth, exactly. And that's something that honestly, this is a gripe I've had with him even before I made the CTF video, but I'm pretty sure I explained this in the CTF video as well. He never defines it. It is just, and it's particularly egregious in the CTF video because the entire pursuit of fun leads to Jeremy just abandoning the actual game and much more a LARPer Jeremy eventually just becomes a LARPer of a TF2 fan because he finds the substance of the game in the humorous interactions rather than the gameplay itself, which is a damn shame, to pardon my French. The way you have sorry, I'm mixing up chat. Flanking a sniper and playing around him or switching to sniper himself and dueling him are both very fun and rewarding. I would agree on a personal level because, of course, fun and rewarding, those are more subjective terms, but it really does outline something else too, that the distinction is never, it never gives the benefit of the doubt to players that do find the mechanics interesting. And I'm going to be real with you, the part of the reason I personally find Sniper so interesting and fun to play as is also because I have taken a pretty decent amount of time to learn how to counter him, I suppose you could say. I don't like using that term because it's a very modern term, but it was something that was advised when I played my first season of Highlander a long time ago. If you want to get better at the class you're playing as, learn more about the classes that best push back against you so that you understand how they think and you can add levels to the mind game, right, to get higher in skill. And so I started, especially recently actually, I started playing a great deal more of Spy and getting back into Scout, and it is significant just how easy it is to take care of snipers that aren't of the Fat Magic level. But even in the Fat Magic level, you know, like Fat Magic still dies, and he still shows in a lot of his videos, most of the matches he plays, he loses. Because contrary to the popular belief, Sniper doesn't carry a game. He can't jump on a control point and hold it effectively like a soldier or a demo man or a heavy or a pyro could, you know? Or even a scout, you know? And like, just because he's the most goated doesn't mean that the game eventually ends in his favor. Because at the end of the day, Team Fortress 2 is still a team game, and it requires a team effort to accomplish anything meaningful and then hold that, right? I know casual disincentivizes teamwork a lot, and the design of the base game nowadays with the weapons and stuff especially disincentivizes team play as a whole. But that's still how the game is designed, and Sniper is still the subject of that, and honestly faces more consequences because he's a support class. He takes care of threats that his team can see but are too far away to deal with, like an engineer trying to move a building out of position, or a heavy, or a medic building Uber in a corner he thinks is covered but isn't, you know? But at the same time, Sniper can't take care of things like a medic actually taking cover and building Uber, or an engineer with a properly set up thing, you know? Or he can't take care of He can't take care of things as easily as like market gardening soldiers or something, you know? I mean, he can, but it's still difficult, right? There's so many layers to all of this that actually do make the class very, very fun on a personal level, at least, because there's enough consequence for the use of Sniper to matter. If it was all just about how Fish TF2 described it, being a Counter-Strike cameo where you're just sitting in the back clicking heads and, you know, Sniper's just a noob trap that eventually turns players away from the game because it's just too familiar, which is shocking to hear, honestly, because then what about Scout or Heavy or, you know, stuff like that, other hit scan classes, primarily hit scan classes. If that was really all it was, then all these layers that I've mentioned wouldn't actually exist, because for that to be true, the layers would need to not exist, and they do exist, so it's not true. As a medic player, I take advantage of the players desiring to kill me by feigning retreat while leading them into a kill zone. Works 80% of the time. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Luring is such an underrated personal tactic. It's so great. The gameplay itself is the comedy within a classical sense, not the other way around. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Making fiends lover? Well, welcome into the stream. Something about Lucid hosting that TF2 video contest, and giving away money to people to make new TF2 videos, yet making more videos about Sniper seems strange to me. It's a grift. I'm 90% convinced it's a grift now. Most guns in Doom have a purpose, some multiple, as the pistol could even be used as a pseudo-sniper in moments when you need to hit a target from afar, because a sniper rifle doesn't exist in Doom. True, although from my experience watching the pros, like Coincident and even Zero Master, if you have a chain gun, the chain gun is a better one because it's 2 bullets per shot, and with enough of a accuracy that it really doesn't, you really wouldn't need to rely on the pistol too much. However, yes, the pistol does have that sniping ability. It can wake a monster up and get them to start infighting things if you're positioned right, especially if you don't have a chain gun to help you. I often hear that the problem with snipers is lack of interactivity, but what interactivity is there to dying to Uber or crits, or while stunned or slowed, both snipers in Deadlock have them? I don't know anything about Deadlock, so I wouldn't understand that, but I understand the Uber or crits thing, or being stunned. This is actually one of the bigger problems that I've been looking at with a couple of people regarding my Sniper video, is that the biggest issue that I have in my script right now is that terms like engaging or interesting or interactive are ultimately, when you get to a certain point in the conversation, they're ultimately subjective, because as I believe Torrid rightly pointed out to me, there gets to a point where when you use those words like engaging or interactive or interesting or fun or dynamic, especially dynamic, people don't question how you're using that word by default. They default to their own understanding of the word. So then you start having a semantics fight, more or less, about what it means for something to be dynamic or engaging or interactive, because the problem and the reason why people talk over each other's heads so much is that they don't share an understanding about terms like dynamic or engaging or interactive. And the problem is that when you look into it long enough, those terms are ultimately subjective and can't be used when describing appropriate game design past sales, right? Because what those are marketing terms. Those are sales pitches. We have engaging gameplay with dynamic class interactions and interesting layers of 12v12 team-oriented combat. They're the sales terms, right? That's marketing. That's marketing the game. That's not actually describing the mechanics. That's not actually describing what it means to physically engage with your keyboard or your controller, and use those as controllers of the game state, right? That's not actually describing what it means to have an impact on the game in various skill levels, right? Those are just terms to make people feel good. And it works, obviously, because those dominate any conversation you have about game design at all, ever. And it's really frustrating, on a personal level, of course. It's really frustrating because it makes a conversation about something like a sniper very, very difficult to have. Gosh, how would you put it? It poisons the well, is what it does. And it gets to the point where I know that maybe one person agrees with me about that definitively, and everyone else, even people I've trusted to help me with like other videos and stuff, or people that I agree with about, 90 to 95% of things about, they wouldn't even agree with my outlook on terms like dynamic or interesting or engaging or stuff like that, because at a certain point they still default to that, and that makes it very difficult because it makes this video almost a solo effort to write. Like, it's kind of like what I was talking about with Torred recently, loosely, is that, like, the philosophy regarding game design as an art form. Because if we are to actually agree that game design is an art form, like painting or architecture or music or stuff like that, especially music, then you need to analyze the philosophies that come from portraying certain experiences and building them in a particular way, like people have done throughout all of history with every other art form. People have philosophically analyzed what it actually means to have good music and good paintings and good art in general. There are metrics to this. There is good and bad. You can concretely say that. And you can say that beyond artist intent, right? Like, you can analyze something purely from the artist's intent, but then you look at it as an independent entity and it's like, yeah, but it still sucks, right? The artist's intent can help if it provides enough context to actually immerse in the experience, I suppose. But again, that's a conversation I'm not ready for because I haven't brushed up on especially my music philosophy as of late. But the problem is that with the way the internet grew, everything moved on so fast to the point where analysis about something like video games never happened. Games alongside the internet evolved really, really, really fast. And we're at a point now where I'm playing catch up with essentially the last 30 to 50 years of game design, and trying to understand it beyond it just being a hobby or a profession or an art as an art form, right? And I know people will say it's not that deep. It is. It's just that people don't want to look at it that deeply. Whatever. But I am, because I think it matters a lot more than people let on. And that's what makes a sniper video so difficult. I have almost all of the pieces together for the philosophy, but it's stuff like this. It's these subjective terms that I know he's going to keep bringing up as the basis for his arguments, which essentially means he has no arguments at all, because that's all rooted in subjectivity. And it's all, as a result, wasteful. I've always felt like a maniac when people told me that sniper isn't fun to fight against or play, when I've had plenty of fun flanking, rocket jumping towards a sniper, or hitting mid-air headshots. Yeah, I don't even understand that, man. It's the most satisfying. It's one of the more satisfying things on a personal level to take care of a sniper that's been really irritating your team. The hard part is then keeping him out of the picture. But that's how it goes in the game, is multifaceted and as TF2, I, as a hobbyist game designer, I understand interactivity as my action causing deliberate reaction against what I am doing by other players. My action causing deliberate reaction against what I am doing by other players. Reaction against what I am doing by other players. So action causing deliberate reaction by other players against what you're doing. I suppose that works as a starting point. It's not as all encompassing as I thought it would be, but at the same time, maybe this is something that, where the way you would want to use the word does change depending on the variable that you're discussing, right? Because it's fine to hold multiple sets of rules in your head at once. So maybe this is just another one of those kinds of things. Because it was actually pointed out to me in an email too. Has Lucid ever responded to your videos? Yeah, he and I have talked about him back and forth on Discord. They were definitely when I was less... Hang on, I need to pull up an email. When I was less mature about handling it, but the CTF video in particular, I think I held my ground pretty well. He said that his CTF video was like his final TF2 proper video as a farewell to the community. And I was like, gosh dang, it sucked though. Might have offended him. I don't know. I don't know why he keeps me in his Discord server. He has every reason to ban me, like snowflake level wise, but he doesn't. So I guess I gotta respect it. Hang on. I need to look at this email here because somebody brought up a pretty interesting way of looking at what is fun as a game designer. And I think if you want to hold multiple sets of rules in your head at once, right, without them necessarily contradicting, maybe more so creating a paradox, but at the same time, it works per context, I think. It was emailed to me about one of my pre-Fortress videos on the second channel from a former developer. One of his last big paragraph to me was about the concept I brought up on being the arbiter of fun, right? On the idea of being the arbiter of fun, that is just describing your goal as a game designer. You have to decide what is fun. He puts it in quotation marks, but it's up to you to figure out if fun is determined arbitrarily through the subjective opinions of the developer, or take quantitative and sometimes qualitative data and attempt to make an objective decision on design. In his case, when he was basically the lead programmer and designer for Pre-Fortress at that time, in my case, it was you're going to play the mod in the state I want it in with the changes I want regardless of the cost. Pushing numbers up and down until something feels good or correct can be very difficult, and usually your first choice is the wrong one. For version 0.6, I basically just left the real beta armor values as they were and expected them to be updated after I left, and when I came back, they still hadn't updated the values in the public build of the game. Okay, so and that's an interesting perspective to have as well, because you, ProDan9773, you reminded me of that, because there is a point where you, especially as a developer, have a responsibility to more or less show the player how they ought to experience the game, but also leave enough room, I would say, to let them experience it in their own way and let them learn the mistakes themselves and sort of figure it out. But that's also part of the reason why I don't prefer Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal has a very specific way of playing. It was designed from the outset. I think, what was it that Hugo Martin called it? The fun zone. There's a very specific way to use all of the weapons with the attachments that you get. There's a very specific way to address certain enemy types. There's a very specific way to address certain combat scenarios. And if you don't do it that way, you can, but you are going out of your way to make your life very difficult. I don't prefer that kind of game design. You can design your game like that, and you can measure the game. You can measure the quality of the game insofar as how well it achieves that goal, which obviously Doom Eternal did really well in, considering its financial success, but also just its overall popularity. And it's still what I would say a very entertaining and enjoyable experience on a personal level. But personally, I prefer Doom 2016 because that is the closest I've ever gotten to experiencing the modern Doom reboots, like playing the classic games again, like Doom 1, Doom 2, and Doom 64. I actually kind of like Doom 64 a great deal, and I have not played Doom 3 yet. Maybe I should do that at some point. Again, I want to live stream more. I want to get through my Steam backlog. I've got so many games to still play, and I want to actually live stream all of it because it seems like a great deal of fun to stream with you guys and talk with you guys as I play the games. So, if that's something you guys are interested in. I was actually, because I did the Portal games again recently, I replayed Portal 1 after playing Portal 2 just to get a good feel for the franchise again. And I was thinking of playing the Half-Life games because I haven't finished either of them, sadly. In addition, a lot of people have a large slew of problems down from the fundamentals that has gradually been faded away from what I suspect 2 centuries ago. Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, though. it's a fascinating subject for me, especially because it ties into my own, you know, it loosely ties into my own religious beliefs as well, and how my particular set of beliefs has more or less influenced the world over the course of history. So to study the impact philosophically of all these things like video games and stuff is just really cool. I mean, video games as an art form, if you want to actually refer to Pong, you know, it turns 54 this year. So video games as a whole are about as old as what we understand today as metal music. You know, metal music, everyone points to around 1970 as the starting point for it, with the release of Black Sabbath, and maybe even a little earlier with a couple earlier Motorhead albums, I think. But most people will refer to Black Sabbath as the birth of metal. So if you really want to think of it, video games are about as old as metal music. And with metal music, it's understood a lot better because it's music, and that's an art form that's been understood for centuries and centuries. But video games video games relative to the history of the world and the history of all the other art forms is very new. And there's a lot of analysis that is still being left behind and barely having the surface scratched of. Like, people talk about like the ramifications of stuff like this new Halo 1 remake and stuff, but like they don't talk enough about the philosophical ramifications of it because they don't understand it. There hasn't been time to understand it. Things have moved too fast, and it would just be really cool. It's something I want to do. It's like a project maybe that I'll do under a different name, maybe my real name, to be honest, because it seems that interesting to me. To make video game documentaries outlining not just the mechanics, not just the actual experience of playing the game subjectively, but also objectively, and then into the realm of truth and the absolute philosophies of everything. That is my dream project, and that's why I kind of like wanted to quit TF2 videos after the sniper video. Not because I like ran out of things to say. I will run out of things to say eventually, but because that kind of thing is so much more. That's so much more important of a project, I would say, right? I have a question. Which Doom shotgun do you prefer, the regular or double barrel? I find myself going with the regular due to the consistency and its damage output. It's situationally dependent. In cases where you can hide from monsters more easily, the single-barreled shotgun is really useful because it reloads faster, and it's in a sense it is the pistol of the chain gun. Essentially, it is the sniping shotgun, so you can get a tighter cluster of bullets. I have to play Classic Doom again properly. But maybe that should be the next stream that I do, some Classic Doom, MS-DOS style with the keyboard controls. But I personally really love the super shotgun. It's one of my favorite weapons in games ever. It's what inspired my gravitation towards Scout initially when I first started playing TF2, because the scattergun and the Force of Nature in particular reminded me of the super shotgun, and I loved it. Although I would ask which Doom you're talking about, because Classic Doom and the modern reboot Doom, those shotguns work differently, and they have their own purposes as well. But I think if I had to only stick with one shotgun, I would choose SSG. If a map only provided one. Classic, okay, then yeah, I would choose SSG. But it's hard to think to figure out, because I do really like the shotgun, the standard shotgun. It's hard to make games fun for a group of people. The more diverse the audience, the worse it gets, and the extreme. And at the extreme, it is impossible. Look at Minecraft. Yeah. Ale subsection of player base hates. I don't know what you mean by that, but I think I understand what you mean overall. And yeah, that is also another problem, is that game developers themselves have poorly oriented expectations, and they want games to appeal to everyone, and that's why it sucks, because when you appeal to everyone, you appeal to no one. You know, when everyone's super, no one is, right? You should just design the game to appeal to a kind of person that would like it, or you just design the game as an experience, and whoever likes it sticks with it, and whoever doesn't, it's a natural filter out. It's perfectly fine to do that. Oh, that there is no progression in an open sandbox. I liked the fact that that the progression was less defined. I don't like I never liked the Ender Dragon as a concept. I liked, and especially now, my little brothers make fun of me for it, but I've recently been playing alpha versions and beta versions more because of the, not that there isn't an end, because I do like having ends in my games, but more so that the creative output is limited to the confines of the survival world. It's experiencing the game in a proper sense, I would say. I actually recently started playing in-dev versions because the world doesn't stretch on forever, and I like working within the limits of the in-dev world, and then messing around with the terrain generation, like long, shallow, deep, you know, and then having all the different terrains. It's really interesting. It's really, on a personal level, of course. I like it. Oh, so sorry. I'm actually scrolling. I'm actually missing chat messages now. You should try Dusk. It's kind of like Doom, but it's more Lovecraftian and Nintendo 64 graphics. I have seen Dusk. I have heard of Dusk because when I heard that Mick Gordon wasn't doing music for Doom anymore, and they brought on Hulshult and Levy for the Ancient Gods, I looked up Hulshult, saw the Dusk soundtrack, listened to it, loved the soundtrack. I just don't have the game. And then Hulshult also did the soundtrack for Markiplier's Iron Lung movie, which I thought was perfect because that was the perfect Szymanski referral, honestly. I loved the movie, but then I loved the soundtrack for that as well because I generally really like Hulshult's work. Sniper battles are pretty tense and fun even when you're hopelessly outmatched. Agreed. And I like it when it's hopelessly outmatched anyway, because how else are you going to grow in skill if you don't have something that kind of blows you off your feet a little bit, you know? That's why I've been recently playing a lot of Team Fortress Classic with the older guys. Like all the old heads that have been playing the game since it came out. They are of a skill level that just blows me away, and it's something I personally am significantly attracted to. I am always attracted to very difficult challenges. I struggle a lot and I complain a fair bit, and that's a personality flaw, I suppose, but I really like the games that are difficult, especially the ones where the players have gotten so good, and they're really cool and inviting of the new blood. So I've been getting along with them well. They gave me a training exercise that I've been practicing. I'm not good at it yet, but it's been a lot of fun. Wait, I just noticed you have a Casio F19W watch right now. Yes, I do. Greatest watch ever, right? It is the greatest watch. No, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a Casio F19W. Yeah, see? That probably is not going to focus, but yeah, it's an F19W. This was given to me at my rehearsal dinner the day before my wedding from my father. It's a very significant piece. It's one of these bridging pieces from being from boyhood to manhood, as it were, you know. And I wear it as often as I can because it reminds me of my dad. Diversity has a place, but it's been so subverted and horribly executed to the point that it made more discrimination, perversion, and more unpopular historical figures or events likable. MMORPG progression reeks of cheese doodles. Yeah, the diversity thing, like just appealing to more people, has never been something I've gotten on board with. I'd much rather, I respect a game much more for filtering its audience, even if it's filtering them with a certain worldview or belief that in my own worldview and belief, my observation of the truth, frankly, I respect a game or an experience much more if they filter people out, even if it is through a belief system that I find to be incredibly damaging and ultimately untrue. I respect them much more for at least sticking to what they believe is true, even if it's not true. But when you try to appeal to everyone, man, oh man, no one respects you for doing that at all. That actually has a lot of potential. I can imagine you making hour-long video game documentaries in the style of a scientific dissertation and success with that. Yeah, Elias Sin. It's something I've been thinking about for the better part of a year, frankly. It's because when I go online and I look at video essays about games or game series and stuff, the retrospectives are either a generalized description of the mechanics and then talking more about the campaign or something, right, and the story, and going into the details with that, or it's the other way around, or it's focused more on the history of the development and then the story and the gameplay take more of a backseat, or it's the latter two and the history takes more of a backseat. I want all three. And frankly, what I want to do as well is not just release them to YouTube, but also release them on DVDs, because part of, my life philosophy is the physical media aspect of it, the owning what you have, and I don't want people to experience the ad-ridden experience forever. I want to be able to give them what I provide to them, honestly, as something to look back on as like a testimony to the history of game development, and like as an educational piece. Like if I could format it in the right way, I could use the videos that I make to educate my children about the history of video game design, which I think is actually pretty important, because video games as an art style, as an art form, but also as a culturally influential medium, the history of it is startlingly under-discussed. And it's something that's going to be more and more relevant as time goes on, because it is, as I said, a culturally influential, almost cross-culturally influential experience. And so I want to make videos about games and game series that cover everything in incredible detail, right? The history, the campaign, the mechanics, the philosophy of the game, like even to the details that people would find distasteful and stuff, Like I know there are things I would bring up that would make people so angry to talk about, because it's such an off-kilter subject, but it's rooted in the philosophy of the game, and I'm not going to bring up any specific examples, because frankly, I don't want to lose subscriber this quickly yet, but, it's something that I find very significantly important, because at a certain point, really, everything matters, especially when it comes to shaping your worldview. And if video games really are here to stay as this still super massive industry, then I want to take that mantle up, Summoning Salt actually sells some of his VHS tapes or DVDs. I don't remember. Yes, I actually have all of them. I bought the Halo 2 and the Mega Man 2 videos on the VHS, and then I bought the VHS and DVD combo for his Cuphead videos, because I love that kind of effort. Your hobby is dying. Well, I don't know which one. I've got a fair few. Snake trying to kill Lucid again. I think I'm just watching Lucid kill himself, and it's been very embarrassing. But I've been having a really long break where I finally caught up on chat gaming. Oh, that's another reason why I want to make the documentaries as well. I want to point to why certain things worked, because there are concrete reasons as to why things worked back then, and they could work again if people really wanted them to, if they want the cultural resurgence and health to be brought back, and if they want video games to be a part of that, part of something real and interesting, and something that you could actually look back to nostalgically. Like, who's going to look back nostalgically on this decade, the 2020s? I don't see anyone who would. Like, because if there was something, I would probably still be sticking with it. Because there have been things here and there, like the Doom games, but it's nothing so culturally groundbreaking or something that's tied into everything else. I know people make fun of the Frutiger Arrow folks, or the late 90s, early 2000s nostalgia and stuff, but like there's a lot of validity in it, especially since it was the last generation to really have so many things tangible to look back on with such fondness, because in spite of the obvious decay of things, there was still something worth loving. Gen Alpha tongue Sahur. Oh my gosh. I'm so scared for the future of my younger siblings, dude. It's not even funny. That's not even funny, bro. But yeah. That's a lot of talking to try to avoid Lucid's video. I've been streaming now for an hour 23, and we're not even 4 minutes into the video. Oh, all this to say, Lucid's video sucks. Oh, it's so over for me, man. I am the Yap King, as the kids say. Is that even what the kids say? I don't know. I'm not with the lingo. I'm not with the times. There was a video once that connected the history of gaming with gambling, arcades, and mechanics. Sadly, like a good chunk of YouTube, it's lost to the wind. If you could find that somehow and send that to me, that would be great because I would love to analyze that. That would actually be. That sounds like a fascinating watch. Japanese master, yeah, Yap Meister. Haven't watched it yet. Oh, okay, Mike. Okay. Well, we're gonna watch it with me. He hasn't actually said anything of significance yet, other than that aim is everything, in spite of his title being aim isn't everything. And like, apparently, there's just nothing to do with positioning or spatial awareness or class dynamics or even this being variable from game to game. He's talking about things, as so many stupid people do, a universal level. Everything he's going to say is going to apply to, I guess, all snipers. Because that makes sense, right?
Let's look at our first example of a video game marksman, the sniper from Team Fortress 2.
Some give us vision sniper half a mile away nip me in the ankle like I'm fucking Achilles.
You should at least be able to think about how you were killed.
I'm just putting the stock sniper rifle up in broken tier.
Oh my
and
gosh.
that's where it's gonna stay.
Many arguments have been had about snipers' balance in this
I think I have all of those in my catalog for things to reference already.
with opinion ranging wildly from sniper is completely fine and doesn't need any changes to sniper could be removed from the game and it would be a genuine improvement.
What do you think of the Huntsman, Zesty?
I think it is a funny weapon, though I still think snipers should be removed.
But where does this hatred and controversy come from?
That's actually worse than I thought it was on Zesty's part. I didn't realize he advocated for the removal of sniper that aggressively. Zesty is the extremist, yes, indeed. Jimmy McGee is the goat. Who in particular is that? Was that in like a kill feed or something? Did I miss it? I must have missed it. The gambling video is called "Gambling and the Desire Machine: Pay to Win," which should still be up. I will find that later.
Well, for those who have not played the game, I'll give you a quick rundown of TF2 Sniper so you can understand where people get this idea. The Sniper in TF2 has a hit-scan sniper rifle with infinite range. Upon headshot, it does 150 damage, enough to instantly kill 5 of the 9 classes in under a second. Upon scoping, it starts up a charge that increases the weapon's base damage the longer the charge is held down. A fully charged headshot does 450 damage.
Didn't Zesty say he doesn't actually mean what he says when he wants sniper removed? I remember he said it in a stream. I don't believe him. If he actually said that, I don't believe him for a second because he's been so aggressive about it in the past that I cannot bring myself to find any credibility in that. I think he's just backpedaling so he doesn't lose more subscriber. Zesty has walked it back and no longer says that the sniper should be removed entirely. Okay. What is the temperature where you at right now? Probably really warm. It's warm enough to where it's still warm in here in spite of the fan and the air being on. Probably like... It's probably 103 degrees right now, if I'm being honest. It's peak summer right now here in the lovely deserts of Southern California. So, smack dab in the middle of it. And, peak summer temperatures around here get to around 100... I think last year we got 118 degrees. So, I'm looking... August will probably bring about mid to high 110s again. So, that's... Yeah, that is what it is. I think TF2 Sniper has potential to be very strong in the right hands. Yeah, you can say that about any of the classes, though. That's not anything particularly special about Sniper. You can say that about literally anyone. Even Engineer. I think, yeah, it could be also losing subscriber route. I don't know. It's 3 degrees? Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? Because I measure in Fahrenheit. Regardless, I think that's still pretty cold, and that I'm jealous. I went outside today and I don't want to go back. Yeah, real. Vortex, thanks, homie. Okay, cool.
Enough to kill anything in the game in one hit. This means that a single sniper can often lock down an entire area on his own.
Oh my gosh. You... No. I'm not finished. Do you need anything? Okay, shall I get it then? All right, one moment. I got myself some water, but I need to grab something for my wife. Give me a minute. All right. All right. Okay. Sorry. I raged a little bit because he jumps from step 1 to step 25 like so many people do. Where he's describing excuse me. He's describing the mechanics of Sniper and then he's like, this makes him so powerful he can lock down an entire area of the map all by himself. Yeah. One sniper can lock down an area of the map. You can't even specify what kind of area. Is it like the first point in Payload Gold Rush? Is it the last point in Dust Bowl? Is it third on Upward? Is it first on Whatville? You know, you can't leave this. You can't leave this so vague. Of course, it benefits him that it's vague because then he doesn't have to actually specify and go into reasoning to find anything that counters his point. But gosh darn, there's so much nuance to this. Hightower. Yeah, seriously. There's so much nuance to this. Gosh dang it, man. The engineer is engiqueer? No. Celsius, okay. A sniper can insta-kill an entire team in 0.001 seconds. True. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this argument either. You can only focus on so many things and can't shoot everything at once. That's what I say too, right? They talk about him like he's some omnipotent guy, as if the entire flow of a game is that every player just comes out of the spawn door one at a time. Like, are you... Ugh. This is just the same drivel I've seen from literally everyone else. I can't... but how much were the bullets? So no, you can't lock down all areas at once, just a very narrow part of one player every 5 seconds, and that's being very optimistic. Honestly true, yeah. People severely underestimate just how blind the sniper is once he's in his scope. It's all about timing, bro. Again, I don't want to do this, but I can open TF2 up right now, queue up for Harvest, and just start slamming snipers as even classes that shouldn't realistically be doing anything to him. Frick, man, I can do it with Medic because the crossbow and Ubersaw exist. You know how embarrassing that is? That Medic can counter Sniper? If you just play him a little well? It doesn't even take that much skill. You know, it really doesn't. You know that scene from Iron Man where he kills the terrorists? They think Sniper is like that. Is that the particular scene where all the guys are pointing the guns at the innocents, and he has to like put his hands down, and he has the little bullets come out of his shoulders. I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah. Okay, that is. Yeah. That's one of the better scenes in the whole movie. Is that whole thing where he just rips him up, especially the tank explosion. Perfect action movie. Iron Man 1 is probably the best superhero movie ever made. Ever, perhaps. Which sucks because it's so old now. The standards have not gotten higher. A take so bad that it requires a short break or causes physical pain in something to be applauded with a slap in the face. It's so bad, man. It's not even that it's particularly offensive. It's just so milquetoast, and it's so basic. It's such a shallow understanding of it. Like, every ounce of context just goes over his head. And I know people could say, like, oh, but he wants his video to be short. He can't go into all the nuance. Go into all the nuance! For crying out loud, man, you get to a point in this conversation where you really should just get into the details, even if it takes the video to a 45 to an hour-minute level. If you want to actually present something useful to people. Of course, he thinks it's useful because he, you know, I'm not going to make claims about people's actual intelligence or IQ metrics, but of course he thinks it's intelligent and useful to people. That this particular method of presentation, because it's not. Gosh darn it, it's taken me the better part of 2 years to come up with anything useful. And I'm not even done. I have to re-edit probably the entire video. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Hang on. I think I scared my wife. Give me a moment. I'm sorry. I am good. I'm sorry. I scared you, didn't I? I am. I'm really mad at something, but it's funny because I'm laughing about it with chat. Lucid uploaded his sniper video today. No, I'm getting mad at a concept. Yeah. Okay. She thought I was getting mad at someone. I was just telling her I'm getting mad at the concept, because really I'm more so mad at the philosophy than I am at Lucid himself, right? I don't hate Lucid as a person, I just think his philosophies are stupid. Much in the same way that I told Funk. I hope I phrased it right. I might have not. Lucid uploaded his sniper video, yeah. Oops. Bro has not even defined objectivity unwatchable. Yeah. You can kind of make the argument every class is overpowered. Yeah. I mean, geez. Medic, anyone? The team player, right? Invincibility? Excuse me. He compares snipers to a nuclear bomb strapped on a leather string. I'm laughing my butt off currently. There are shirts with the Enchiqueer joke on Redbubble. Oh my gosh. I always hate it when for sniper takes, they always assume perfect players. Bro, we are not computer, and even then they still struggle. That... It goes in line with the philosophy that's like, oh, no wonder cheaters use sniper. It's that same thought pattern. He made the conclusion way too early in the video. Yeah, agreed. He's already concluded it. We're not even 5 minutes into the video. And this is a 27-minute video. Bruh, at this rate, this live will be going to 5 a.m. for me. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Oh, 20 viewers! Holy cow, that's a stream record. Thank you all for joining in. You guys rock. I think we hit this with the Quickacast, but now we've also hit it for solo streams. That's amazing. Thanks, guys. Means the world. Means the world just to have you here. Anyways, hang on. I'm trying to catch up on chat right now. Maybe if we were talking about spin bots, yeah. not a legit player, yeah. Even Fat Magic has struggled before. He leaves in all his missed shots and stuff. Yeah, if you've watched his videos all the way through and stuff. Offensively boring. Cheats should never be a part of game design, or at least in an ideal world, I guess. Well, obviously, yeah. To design your game around cheats is to essentially, like, in a backhanded way, it would probably be to incentivize cheating, because if it's designed with cheats in mind, just use cheats, because legit play isn't going to get you anywhere. Trickle down balance again. No. No, please, not again. Not the trickle down balance. Oh, dear me. Mike, why must you remind me? You must traumatize me so. Anyways. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. We can surely we can get through this, right? Donate $5 and I will speed the video up to 1.5x so we can get through it faster. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Don't donate anything, you guys. Not saying that it is the stupidest idea, but I think games should be designed around the average player. No, totally. Yeah, obviously. You should have some idea of a common denominator, but at the same time, it should incentivize growing in skill anyway. But that's, you know, that's something very complicated and not something a lot of folks have ever gotten into. He's Australian, but it changes. But it's very hard because it changed. The average player changes. Yeah, it changes over time. That's why multiplayer games need constant balancing. No, actually, I think that the I don't think games need constant evolving design. I think they just need a design they need to be stuck to, and at a certain, you just have to refine the numbers down to like the 5th decimal place, and then people will just figure out how to get good at what they like. But again, it moves from game to game. It depends, you know. You can't compare Counter-Strike to TF2 because they're so fundamentally different from each other. It's not the same. Excuse me. Meet your match prove things didn't work, at least for TF2. Yeah. That's your research. He's Australian. Oh, I see. Ew, Australia couldn't be me. Smokey Joe, what do you mean by this? Neoliberal balancing. I guess it kind of comes off that way, doesn't it, huh? Maybe in some pedantic sense. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
If he's good enough. That means that a single sniper 50 damage.
All right, let's try to get through this without screaming again.
Enough to kill anything in the game in one hit. This means that a single sniper can often lock down an entire area on his own if he's good enough. At his absolute best, he's able to outright invalidate most other players, preventing them from responding with any sort of counterplay. His skill ceiling...
This is not a good example.
If he's good enough. At his absolute best...
He's not even showing sniper at his absolute best. He's just showing very basic counterplay against opposing snipers, which is part of his job. This isn't sniper at his best. This is sniper doing very basic things, just quickly, because the player's good enough to do it quickly. But this isn't accounting for the fact that the spy can get through on this door, you know, if he's smart, or a scout could, honestly, if blue doesn't have a defense up yet, with the sentry here in this corner of the building. This is not a good example, bro. Not the right map for this. This is a map issue. It's also a map issue as well. I don't think Badwater is the most egregious in terms of like poor map design for someone like Sniper to take advantage of, but it's certainly up there. I don't think TF2 maps should generally be that open. I think Gold Rush has a pretty good limit of how open a map area should be at any given point. TF2 very obviously seems to have a point where long range should just be like the extent between 2 fort, and maybe that's it. Maybe a little farther. I don't know. It depends. It depends on how it's executed. It really depends. 2 fort would be maybe a good example, but even still, 2 fort's not... Sniper is only designed to operate in 1 or 2 spots on 2 fort, and that's been that way since Quake Team Fortress and since 2 fort was first created. So I don't know. 2 fort's a fine example of a sniper just utilizing the map to his advantage. That's just how it is. I just think that it is too much effort to make it work, and of course it would be to the detriment of normal players. I don't know what Valve was smoking when nerfing Base Jumper or Bison for the 10th time. Wouldn't balancing old multiplayer games around the most skilled players disincentivize new players? Yeah, it would. That kind of... I would assume that would go without saying, but Uncle Dane would have you disagree. Also true, but this is a more general problem with multiplayer games, with entry point for new players getting harder with time because of rise in average skill. That's not a problem. it's not a problem that people just get better at games over time. I mean, I've been playing with the Team Fortress Classic guys, all the old men that still play that game. I say old men, they're really just as old as my dad, and he's not that old. But like, they're all super skilled because they all have between like 15 to 20,000 hours in the game, and I have essentially none. But you know, that's okay. It doesn't matter. What matters is that what matters, I guess, at this point is that I like the game. I like playing with those guys. They like training me. They like teaching me. They like having new blood, and I'm willing to go through the struggle of getting better at the game for the sake of just learning, you know? And I think it is ultimately a more satisfying experience on a personal level than Team Fortress 2 is now. So, average skill level of a player is somewhat relevant and also not relevant. It's a very complicated thing, and it depends on the type of game you're making. It depends on the scope of your game. So, it's not something that can be universally measured, I would say, and I would caution against it. I think Dust Bowl is the best TF2 map when it comes to that stuff. Possibly. Dust Bowl with no unlocks is pretty nice. Trickle-down balancing is particularly bad for TF2 as competitive has a very different rule set compared to the average round of TF2. Yeah. Does Uncle Dane still believe in trickle-down balancing? Oh, I'm pretty sure. True. Never said it was a good idea to base them on competitive. When I hear trickle-down, I just assume the same for the same scenario, a.k.a. God player in 12v12 no class limits. Where's the team? I don't know. Don't you ever wish Sniper was never a class? Unfortunately, that would actually mean that Team Fortress would never have come to be, or at least would have come about very differently, because Sniper was the second class ever developed, and he was the second. He is number 2 of 5 in the very, 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 very first release version of Quake Team Fortress. So, without Sniper, there is no Team Fortress. Same with Scout, Soldier, Demo Man, and Medic. So, yeah. He quietly retracted his statement, if I remember correctly. What? If Uncle Dane can still be friends with iDubbbz, then I'm sure he does. Huh. I don't know who iDubbbz is. Yeah, but nobody does that, so there's practically no examples to balance off of.
He's able to outright invalidate most other players, preventing them from responding with any sort of counterplay. His skill ceiling is completely maxed out. On the other hand, his
skill ceiling? No. Skill ceiling. When we're talking about skill, we're talking about player skill. No. This is a complete misunderstanding of how skill operates. Skill ceiling and skill floor is not something determined by the game. It's determined by the player's capacity to understand what the game throws at them. Essentially. This is not correct. Besides, can't you argue this for any of the other classes as well? How is this unique to Sniper? I don't understand.
skill floor is fairly low. A person playing Sniper who can't aim in the slightest is essentially a free kill for anyone with even a basic understanding of positioning. This makes him incredibly polarizing as a character, with his effectiveness being almost entirely dependent on the player's skill at aiming and little else.
Why are you switching between the skill a sniper can... A sniper can't provide any skill. You as the player need to have a certain level of skill to utilize him effectively. So the skill ceiling and skill floor thing, when measured in a vacuum independent of the player, is essentially non-existent, because skill, if we're talking about skill, we're talking about player skill. There is no other way to look at it. What is he on about? Also, 21 viewers. That's astonishing. We're breaking records today.
Unlike
Thanks,
Soldier,
Sal.
Medic, or Pyro, a new player won't be especially helpful at playing Sniper if he's not good at the class's main core mechanic, that being aiming.
I would argue that a player is more useless on Soldier than a new player is more useless on Soldier, because Soldier is a very I don't know. I've never understood why people recommend Soldier as the new class. I never I never liked him when I was new, and my wife didn't either. Something about the rockets and the way they move is just not as generally intuitive to new players, I guess. Sniper is still viable without headshots, and I think that's a problem. Well, I mean, if we're talking about unlocks, then yeah, obviously. And I'm not going to deny that certain unlocks just shouldn't be in the game, but I also come from the belief that no unlock should be in the game at all. So, yeah. True, that's why I said that there may be a world where it worked. There just isn't enough examples to scientifically prove it doesn't work. I would also say it depends on the game even still.
This makes him a relatively one-note class, especially compared to his 8 comrades, who all have multiple points of impact in a game for both veterans and new players alike. But the impact of a sniper...
What is... you have to prove that. What examples do you have for that? How do you even mean that? What does it mean to have multiple points of impact? And how is sniper one note compared to someone like heavy or medic or scout or spy? And what does it mean at that point for something to be one note? Like, I could very easily boil down all the other classes' primary functions into something as simplistic and one note as he's describing about sniper right now. So I don't. He's leaving absolutely no room for nuance here. And also, he's playing on literally the worst maps in the game. What the heck? There's nuance and fun game decisions when you try for a risky headshot or play safe and waste time to charge body shot. That is nuance. That is nuance, I suppose.
Multiple points of impact in a game for both veterans and new players alike. But the impact of a sniper skill level can range from entirely too oppressive to functionally useless, which is entirely too polarizing.
Why? Every class works like that. The most useless medic can't time his uber charge properly. It doesn't know how to prioritize heal targets and is constantly in the open because it doesn't know how to stick behind the more powerful classes as meat shields. And like you can keep going down the line with this about any of the classes. This isn't... I prefer dying to a headshot than a charged body shot because I know the first one takes a lot more skill. Maybe, but it depends on the shot itself, I guess. Doesn't take as much skill if the guy's just standing there. But, you know, I don't know. I wouldn't, charged body shot thing is just fine. Ideally, it would be game designed to be competitive from the ground up and not a casual 12v12 arena shooter. Maybe, I don't know. TF2 has always been competitive in the sense that there is competition taking place. So if you're talking about esporty competitive, that kind of has to be distinguished. Nonmoth, you missed like the entire point where I paused for a good like half hour to just talk about philosophy. We are...
Now, normally the counter to the aim-heavy character would be the
We are 6 minutes into the video. Just to give you an understanding of how bad this is.
positioning-heavy character. If you recall, the scout
Wait,
is the
wait,
character
wait,
the
wait,
aim-heavy
wait, wait,
character
wait,
would
wait.
be the positioning-heavy character. If you recall, the scout is the character whose fast-moving, agile playstyle should be the ideal counter to Sniper's less mobile, stationary nature. He
Not automatically, but it works. It works really well, yeah.
should be able to use flank routes and close the distance between himself and the sniper to easily finish off the opponent. There are two...
Right, because God forbid a sniper could do something about it, right? See, he talks about things being one note, but at the same time, it really comes off as though sniper can only get certain kills and never, ever, ever get other certain kills. When if you applied that principle to all the other classes, you would be laughed out of the community for being a retard. And they'd probably be right, because it's stupid, you know? Counter-Strike keeps having balances that barely change the game.
Two issues with this. One of them is that TF2's maps are often atrociously designed, regularly allowing for sightlines so large that even a blind person would duck for cover, and the second is that Sniper is not weak at close range. Due to either use of his secondary and melee weapons, or just quickscoping, Sniper can largely mitigate any weakness he has to close-range combat.
Only with unlocks, I think. SMG is helpful, but, you know, if we are assuming that the sniper is good, we have to also assume that the opponent is good for this to be a fair assertion. If the opponent's good enough, the SMG's not going to do much.
The Spy, a character advertised as being Sniper's main adversary, has this exact same issue. The second he has to decloak or show himself in any way, the Sniper can instantly end his pitiful existence, and cause...
Sounds like a skill issue on the Spy's part, then? Which I guess by your own categorization would mean that the Spy has yet to meet the skill floor. I don't know. This ain't COD. Sniper ain't that OP. Yeah,
Yet another angry post.
This is boring now. This is just getting boring because, again, this is just... Gosh, man. This is just the same thing you hear over and over again. This is nothing unique.
On RTF2. This issue is one that causes him to be even more non-interactive as a class. When the Sniper can outright ignore his biggest built-in weakness, he's probably a tad too strong.
I would agree about unlocks, but even still, no unlock makes Sniper impossible to take care of. In fact, Girardi actually, if you understand Girardi well enough, you can actually get around it pretty easily. It's really not that difficult.
On top of all of this, there isn't another class that can...
He wants to play chess with hats, not TF2. Kind of seems like it. He could make a video on anything different. Sniper isn't OP, it's just recent bad maps making people feel that way, I think. Yeah, but then you'll have people like Zesty tell you that he was always complained about, and, you know, it would still be wrong.
Effectively counter him at his effective range.
That's not his effective range. His effective range is a tiny cone. A very tiny cone, not a big cone. For crying out loud. Also, these are very good counters to Sniper. You make sure he's trying to watch somebody else. You get in his area. You know what? My patience has run out. In short, we want to make the Sniper into not a sniper. Depends on where the Sniper stands. If it's Badwater last, then yeah. Yeah, but even still, I don't mind. I think it's fine for last points of various maps to basically be a back against the wall thing. There should be points where a lot of the defense-oriented classes are untouchable because their entire shtick is that they're defending the very last point of their entire, you know, actually, you know what? Let's just leave it as is. Because the entire point is that they're defending the very last point of their map. They're trying to win. You should give them as much of a leg up as possible. And that part of that comes in classes like Sniper and Engineer being more difficult to get a snag on, you know? Badwater last is meant to be very defendable. Yeah, same with Upward last. Oh, Gold Rush. Good. Let's hope it's not on the last. Bwahaha. Here. Any last is that way. Yeah. Same with Dust Bowl. There's nothing wrong with that. Bro's not going to play the match for long. I know. But I'm just proving a point about how you can just jump straight into a match. Besides, none of the community servers are running right now. Let's go Scout. Ooh, this is a bit laggy. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's a bit laggy because I'm streaming, so my internet's not going to be great. Where's the snipers? See, the problem is that you're not supposed to focus fire one specific class in particular. You can't constantly be tunnel visioning on a sniper of all things. It's not healthy. And it's not conducive to... Oh my gosh, direct hit. I thought he had moved. Voice scale 0. It's like, man, oh man. I'm stealing this from the heavy. I don't care. I'm in a scout attitude. I'm gonna be rude. Oh, you know what? Ooh. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Where's the enemy sniper? Did they not have a sniper? Are they that dumb? That can't be right. Oh. Air blasted. Air blasted scorch shot. That's crazy. 70 FOV jump scare. I prefer it. It is a map design problem a lot of the time, yeah. The only game mode without a timer. In casual. Chat disconnected. Uh-oh. Successfully connected. Okay. Somehow I got disconnected from chat. I hope I didn't miss anything. Is the stream dying? Do they for real not have a sniper? How am I all the way back here already? This is ridiculous. Where's the snipers? Are they in their deck? No, we're just going to roll them. All right, fine. That works. I'll just sit here. Just joined, so forgive me if this has already been addressed, but what's the counter-argument to Sniper performing really well at all ranges despite the intention being that he is worse up close? The counter-argument is that it is player to player that Sniper performs a certain way. Sniper doesn't perform a certain way. Oh my gosh, 600 ping. Holy cow. It's over. Let's get a ping read. 785. What is this? Part of it is that it's player to player, and part of it is that in spite of certain unlocks, it's not impossible to take care of him. It's just that, like everything else in the game, people are going to get better, and so you also probably ought to get better, and if you don't want to, that's fine, but then you'd have no right to complain. So part of it's a skill issue, part of it is another skill issue, and he is worse up close, just it isn't the sniper's problem specifically in TF2, but his unlocks. Yeah, pretty much. I need better internet? Yeah, well, like I said, I live in a trailer in the middle of the desert, so fat chance of that happening unless I somehow make enough money from YouTube to... Sure. Although this is going to be really rough. Okay, so Sniper's going to be down there in that area. There's not much I can do until he moves out, so let me... Oh. Oh, did I miss the... There we go. Yeah, this is sucky. This is really sucky. Yeah, unless I make enough money from YouTube to, like, afford getting out of here with my wife, then, good internet ain't happening anytime soon. Granted, it is worse than it usually is. Typically, it's not actually that... Oh. Defend my sniper. There we go. See, I'm helping my team. Defending my sniper is a critical element of combat. Where's the dispenser? Oh, it's up here for the sniper. That's good. And chat disconnected again. Great. Ah. Rookie numbers. I can reach to 900 plus ping. Yeah. I see. I personally don't find Sniper overwhelmingly strong and believe if you're being rolled by one, it's a skill difference rather than a class difference. Just wondering since that I hear that point often. Yeah. I generally concur with your perspective as well. Holy cow, it's bad. It's really bad. It's probably worse because of the heat. Yeah. Because I was streaming Gold Rush another morning. Oh my gosh, player models are disappearing. This is not good. Where am I even getting injured? How am I getting injured? Oh, the fence didn't even load in. This is really bad. I have never had elements disappear on me because of bad internet. The most I can do is just do this now. Okay, smoothing out a little bit. It's not great, though. Not great. Please, give me that. Yes. Thank you. Go reload, 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 reload. I don't think you're proving a point anytime soon. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I should probably stop. Oh, well. Although, to be fair, if it was true that Sniper was so overpowered, then surely his... any sniper that they have on the enemy team would be able to take care of this because it's just that easy, right? But that is also the funny thing, is that it's like when you talk about enemy snipers as well, you're also it's like it very much comes off as a conversation of immovable force versus immovable force. It's like if Sniper's really busted and what, like, first of all, why would it be a bad thing if the opposing sniper could contest him as well, equally, essentially? Oh my gosh. Yeah, this sucks. Spectate your own sniper. I can't. It's casual mode. Yeah! Alright. Oh, come on. That didn't destroy it? Dude. It's so over. Sniper's biggest weakness is that he can't push. Exactly. Oh, yeah, that might be GG's. Oh, they do have a blue sniper, and he got me. Gosh, dang it. Yeah, see, Sniper can't do the push by himself. He's only getting out of here now because his team has helped him benefit. Holy cow, this is bad. Killbind to spectate. Yeah, he is forced to work with his team. All we need is somebody named XX Sniper Man XX to join and say otherwise. Yeah. Scout's counter is NG, Soldier's counter is Pyro, and Sniper's counter is Sniper. It's more than that. That's also why I don't like using language like counter, because there's more to it than just. How did that not kill him? Oh, there's not a health pack up here. That's right. Got him. Lamau? Yeah, I'm dead for that. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, well. Yeah, no matter how good he is. I think I've gotten 8 points at all with this much lag. It's crazy. TF2 is full of tons of soft counterplay. Hard counters are a misconception driven by things like Razorback and Ice Pick. It's also a misconception in regards to like general gaming culture changing towards something so much more esporty oriented that people talk about it in terms of hard counterplay so much of the time. It's not very honest when you're talking about a game that doesn't have that kind of. Most I can do is keep the sniper distracted, which is good. There we go. Nice. Good one, Zebby. Everyone counters within distinct ways. If it was just A counters beer, the game would end up completely differently. Yeah, I mean, Medic counters nobody. I talk about this in the video, too. Medic counters nobody in terms of direct combat, but he's the biggest counterplay to pretty much everyone in terms of the fact that he brings heals and Ubercharge, you know? And that's something that nobody talks about because that doesn't fit the rigid mold of lay hard counter. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh. What the heck? Come on. That really was the worst. Oh. Did I even kill? I killed one person. I don't even know who I killed. I can kill snipers with every class. Would you prefer a different class that is also mid-range to be in the game instead of sniper, though? No, not at all. Otherwise, it's just a glorified team deathmatch shooter that doesn't need to have any sort of how would you put it? additional sauce, if you want to be a bit more subjective about it, I guess. Hang on. I'm going to, yeah. Ah, it's fine. Alright, nice. I want to get up into that sniper cove, because I know I can. It's very useful. Yes, got it. Ah, no, the lag's just continuously pushing me out. People just generally exaggerate how much there is in TF2 due to the new precedent set by newer games. And also the precedent that TF2 sadly has ping ruined the jump. Unforgivable. You think Spy is better designed than Sniper? It depends on what you mean by design. I would actually say that as far as a team-based, class-oriented shooter would go, it is good design, better design overall to... Oh, wait, I can't jump in that window. Gee whiz, what am I doing? It's better design overall to make the class roles as distinct as possible, which, if we're judging by that metric, I would actually say that the worst designed classes are Demo Man and Soldier because their class roles are not distinct. Gosh dang it. I would have had that Spy if it wasn't for the lag. Okay. I gotta find him. We got bot trauma still, yeah? Ah, oh, holy cow. Okay. Alright, that doesn't count because that was a random crit, but even still, there, Sniper got countered because the Soldier killed him. You know what? I gotta disconnect. This is way too aggressive of lag. Oh. Considering how unique Spy is, I'd call him more unique since his archetype has never really been executed, at least in the same way ever before. Yeah. Alright, distraction over. Let's get back to the video. I really don't want to do this anymore. I'm so bored. It's not a projectile, it's a bullet. You said that earlier. It's a hit scan bullet. It's not a projectile. Well, Soldier's not designed to contest Sniper as directly. He's designed to more so contest engineers and also utilize his mobility to contest other general threats. Sniper, if he is able to, but not just Sniper. And I am shocked that you're downplaying what might as well be the most versatile class in the game when compared to the Sniper. Oh my gosh, no sound? Uh-oh. Is everything okay? Can you hear me? Oh, it's no sound on the video. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's fixed now.
On top of all of this, there isn't another class that can effectively counter him at his effective range. No other character in the game has a long-range projectile that can adequately contest Sniper and force...
Wait, sorry. Hopefully Snake tries to answer your question because he's a Sniper main and has done a lot more research. I'm very sorry. Is there a question specifically that I missed? I did miss something. I'm very sorry. Not sure if you mentioned this already, but why do you think Sniper is a big talking point after so long? Other video games. And the discussion has bled down into TF2. I have seen complaints about Sniper in past forum archives and stuff, but I have also seen an equal number of complaints about all the other classes for various reasons. It's not just Sniper. I think the problem was greatly exacerbated by the bot crisis. I think part of it is bot trauma. I also think that it is definitely influence of other games like Call of Duty in particular that, from what I understand, does indeed balance their snipers so badly that it makes the very concept of a sniper seem very unappealing. So, yeah, it's weird like that. To be honest, I think the biggest issue is that the gaming culture as a whole, the general world, is very individualist. What the heck? Why does it keep disconnecting me from chat? My stream keeps saying that I'm getting disconnected. I'm losing messages. Most of the discourse, I think, was from the bot crisis because of how their use of sniper would shut down lobbies. Yeah, non-moth. I think that's a great deal of it. I think people just don't want to admit it, or they're not self-aware enough to understand that that's what it is. I think in general, though, the gaming culture as a whole has become incredibly individualistic, and Team Fortress 2 has fallen prey to those standards over the years. That's very obvious with the way the cosmetics and the maps and the weapons have all turned out. It all suits individualistic play instead of the original intent of the entire franchise, which was team play, class-based team play. And when you lose sight of that initial understanding of Team Fortress as a whole, I suppose it would naturally follow through in your mind that Sniper is overpowered because individualistically he's incredibly powerful, but ultimately useless if he's not helping his team, and if this isn't all in service of the team, and if his team can't support him as much as he supports them, he's wasting his time. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, and I talk about it in my video a lot. It's individualism. In a game that at its core doesn't and shouldn't have ever supported it. Would it be a nerf to increase scope zoom? Yes. Yes. And the severity of that would depend on how far you're zooming it in. I suppose there's a point within reason where you could, but at that point it would just be like, why would you do that? Because the zoom right now is fine. I don't know why it would be I don't know why you would want to increase the zoom even further. Humans can't truly be objective, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to be as close as possible. I suppose in a vacuum that's correct, because we are imperfect beings and our entire lives are supposed to be oriented towards the pursuit of truth, which is, as far as my Christian beliefs go, I've talked about this before, is in service of loving and serving God and trying to know him more. But I don't believe that we can't ever get there. I think it's just incredibly difficult. I think we do have the capacity to understand the truth of things, as many things as we are indeed capable of understanding, which is a lot more than people give us credit for. It just requires a great deal of humility and patience with oneself to overcome issues like pride blocking an understanding of certain subject matters, right? Thank you for the insight. Yeah, of course. Tyronus, is that how you say it? Tyronus 4. Yeah. I'm glad my insight was helpful to you. I think snipers just need tracers like every other class, and that would be it. Yeah, standard bullet tracer would probably be fine. I don't really see why he wouldn't. But the funny thing is that he's never had it, even back in Quake Team Fortress, when all the other classes did. Well, actually, there's not bullet tracers in Quake, if I remember correctly. So, I don't know. I guess it was just an oversight, because, yeah, it doesn't even need to be like a fatter bullet tracer. It just needs to be a standard size, and that would be fine. Also, louder third-person sound effects. That is something I agree with, because I think the third-person sound effect is either way too quiet or just not there a lot of the time. Gold Rush does this, where the third-person volume of a sniper rifle shot is louder. It's not too loud, but it is there to remind you that he's around, and so I think that is very good. I also experienced that in Pre-Fortress, I believe, and that was really good. It doesn't even do anything to like necessarily wreck Sniper. It's just something that would be consistent with the rest of the game. Hey Snake, can I add you on Steam? I got a game I want to gift. Oh, sure. Yeah. It's pretty easy to find me. Just look up Military Snake. Shouldn't be too difficult. The lack of balance within individualism and communal thoughts, actions, and more is a symptom of an insidious illness. Yeah, that applies to a lot more things than just game design, man. True hard counters don't really exist. You need a game pile, rock, paper, scissors to have true hard counters, aka you always lose if you choose a bad matchup. Yeah, and TF2 doesn't have that, especially considering that it's a team game. It's not designed like that. Hard counters are so boring and safe to say it takes a gradual adjustment of your personal skill sets and taking advantage of the room. Yeah. And again, team-based games are so much more different than something that's just more like team deathmatch, I guess. Don't show it on stream. We don't know what it is. I mean, I have moved Steam over to the other monitor, so yeah. I don't think perfect objectivity in fields that aren't sciences is not possible. So instead, we should try to study the effects of things on people like art, for example, to reach proper conclusions. I suppose I would always disagree with that perspective because it's part of my belief system that human beings are capable of understanding the truth of pretty much everything they come across. I don't think things are as nebulous or mystical as we let on, especially when it's not involving the spiritual realm. Okay, accept the friend request. Hope it's a good game. At least this is the conclusion I've reached from studying art. Yeah, that's a very complicated subject. The only objective thing that humans study is that they are objectively subjective. We certainly default to subjectivity a great deal of the time when we ought not to. There's a lot of things we could bear to just be more oriented towards the truth about, instead of constantly complaining that the truth doesn't line up with your personal beliefs, you know? Slight tangent. It's funny the consensus that Sniper has no counters, but comp leagues collectively decided to ban lock and load because it has too much range. It feels like a lack of creativity. Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is a lack of creativity. It's a big part of it. The reason I see it that way is because creative endeavors can't be quantified by numbers. I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm not entirely sure what you mean, because when you get to a certain point, it's pretty easy to understand what a good and a bad painting is. Like, I don't subscribe to the idea that, like, the Mona Lisa is as valuable or as inherently valuable as like a banana taped to a wall, you know, to use that joke. So I'm not of the, there's an obvious difference there. There's an obvious qualitative difference there. And, I think that's something that needs to be it's a little complicated. I could explain it over voice. Yeah, I know. And I can't open voice chat up right now, I'm afraid. But I understand the general thought process. I've heard it from plenty of people in my life. I've never been able to express my own thought process about it quite as appropriately, but I generally understand what the thought process you're talking about. English isn't my first language. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was going to gift Left 4 Dead 2, but you already own it. Ah! I'm sorry. Yeah. I already have all the Valve games. I just have to actually get around to playing all of them. My bad. I'm an engineer. I definitely prefer fact and no values like numbers. Facts and known numbers. Okay, I'm going to keep going with this. I know you guys are talking amongst yourselves, and that's really good. So I shan't interrupt any longer than I already have.
Him to back down. While the soldier's rockets have essentially infinite range, they're slow, easily dodged, and force him to peek the sniper's sightline in order to shoot them. These issues make him suboptimal against Sniper at best, and actively suicidal at worst.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to be optimal against Sniper. There's other classes that do that better, and Soldier is more optimal against other classes. Because that's part of the team play, is that certain classes aren't... Gosh dang, do I really have to... It's the meme of don't make me tap the sign, but I'm going to tap the sign here. Give me a sec. Why is this here? Really? I didn't realize streaming was killing my bandwidth this much. It might just be that my wife's still watching YouTube. Alright. Where is it? Where is it? What has been the most problematic aspect of Team Fortress development? Keeping the classes and weapons even. And yeah, before anyone jumps on me saying sniper rifle isn't even and scout can't fight like a soldier, Team Fortress is not about making each class stand up on its own in a fight. It's about making each class have a unique place in the battle. Scouts are far weaker at fighting than a soldier, because they're supposed to be. If you want to fight, don't play a scout. It's that simple. But a scout is 10 times better at capturing a flag than a soldier, etc. This is the fundamental design principle of Team Fortress that was outlined in an IRC interview in 1997. Okay, this isn't even a year after Quake Team Fortress was made. All right? It's actually 3 days after my birthday. And this is the aspect everyone forgets about. This aspect carries over even into Team Fortress 2. Whether people want to believe that or not, I don't care. This is the truth. The truth is that Team Fortress 2 still holds this principle at its core. And you realize that when you boil everything away and you're just left with the stock weapons, right? And nobody understands this. And because they don't understand this, you get a very stupid philosophy like this,
And suboptimal against sniper at best, and actively suicidal.
where you think certain classes need to be equally competent against each other. No, they don't. That's not the focus. It's never been the focus. And if it was, you probably would have only wound up with 4. Also, you don't need to go looking for the link. I'm going to send it here in chat. How do you find stuff like this? I research. Part of that thing I was talking about earlier regarding documentaries, one of the documentaries I will make at a point, but I need to not make it until I get to the point in its chronology, is a Team Fortress franchise documentary. And part of that has been going through all of these archived resources regarding Quake Team Fortress. This isn't even all of them. This is just some of them, right? This is just some of the ones I've found. And this sort of thing is so important because it really informs you as to what the actual core of the game design is supposed to be, right? And when people forget that, they say things they don't understand because they themselves don't have an understanding of the subject matter. And at this point, it is so frustrating. It's so frustrating to deal with people like this, people like Lucid, who make their videos that are formatted like a high schooler's essay that they got in within a certain deadline and that they sort of half-baked it because they needed to get it in time and just get the grade. All he's doing is just getting the grade. He's formatting things in a certain way. He's just specific enough to maybe meet some kind of mid-wit quota and then just general enough for it to apply generally if you don't think about it for longer than 2 seconds. Yes. Give me a moment. I will catch up on chat. I have to make my wife a drink. If you want, you guys can read the interview. I'm going to scroll the page very slowly. Okay. Oh my, that's not much juice. Oh yeah. All right. Time to catch up on chat. Hope y'all have been liking that scroll. All right, let's see. Oh, that's a great link, lol. Yeah. This is one of my favorite interviews to read from time to time. I think the best ways to quantify the quality of art are anatomy, structure, and composition. To me, those terms broadly cover every way you could determine the value of good art, surrealist work included. I agree. That's a pretty good... It's at the very least, that's a good starting point, but I would generally agree. Okay, let me scroll more because I am missing so much here. Yeah, I just researched this stuff. I have my problems with Sniper, but I'm gonna wait for the big Sniper video to drop to see if they're addressed. Oh, I'm sure it will. I'm sure they will. The video's now shaping up to be probably longer than 3 hours now. Make a balance patch for TF2 like Blue Moon. We have an art gallery in my town, and while there are a lot of good paintings and some sculptures, there are also just multiple thrown together small trees made out of wood and sticks with big trims of soft fabric hanging down the sides. Like I could throw that together in an afternoon. Rip. I applaud the American education system for that exact reason. What education system? What do you mean? What were you referring to? Because I'm so far behind on chat, I don't know what that was referring to anymore. F American education system, you guys are cooked. Well, not if you're homeschooling, like what I am and what me and my wife are going to be doing with our kid. Wahaha. Right, I'm not saying you can't make unconventional art, but it has to demonstrate an understanding of the basic principles I mentioned earlier, otherwise it's thoughtless nonsense. Yes, and that is actually why it is probably reasonable to consider Everywhere at the End of Time as a incredible feat in terms of music, because in spite of it being unconventional, technically speaking, it serves its purpose, and the artist's intent is executed on so perfectly that the anatomy and structure and what else was it? Oh shoot, I might have missed it. Anatomy, structure, and composition are perfect to illustrate exactly what the artist wanted to bring about, and in doing so, it provides a perspective on dementia itself that a lot of people have never been able to vocalize with words. So it's there's the case to be made for it, you know? It's always about the grade, the scores, and the tests instead of actually learning. Oh, that's what you're referring to. Yeah. That's what this video seems like. Yeah, this seems like it was made just to get the grade. I love cupcakes. Yummy mustard cupcakes. W Snake, welcome Richter Overtime. You are the MVP. I prefer donuts. W Snake indeed. Yee. Please, all the W's go to God. Without him, I would not be the way I am. From the political decisions and the trends us Americans follow repeatedly, we surely are doomed. True. Sorry, guys. I asked him to get some cranberry juice and ginger ale. Genuinely really good. Oh, yeah. Littlefoot. It's a good drink. You up at 25 viewers? What? 23. Holy cow. It's 23 right now on my end, but 25? We really are breaking records today. That is my all-time record for viewers. That's amazing. I mean, there's been conversations going on in chat now that I can't catch up on and continue reading, which really sucks, but like, shit, man. It's so cool. If you want to finish it, you should stop yapping. Yeah, probably. From what I've seen and heard upon what is going on in Europe, especially the West, I would say you guys are a league ahead of being cooked. Watch out and stay prepped for the worst to come. Real. For example, I fundamentally hate every Machina stat. So fundamental for the identity of the weapon and yet so impactful in the grand scheme of things. Agreed, yeah. I've been up for too long. I'm off to bed. See ya. All right, farewell, Alex D. Super. All right. You mean that all the stats on that weapon are bad for the game, but this guy is my favorite small YouTuber. Currently, really glad I found him. Which guy? If you sent a link to somebody, I'm not. I didn't see it. It hasn't come through yet. I'll probably take a look at it if you send the link. Anyways, yeah. This is me? No. What? That's crazy. Oh, you gotta go enjoy the stream. All right, farewell, Smokey Joe. catch you on the flip side. Watched your funk video last night and was really intrigued by it. Glad your settings getting some more traction. Yeah, I'm grateful that that video is doing as well as it is. In spite of a lot of the hate comments, you know, it's really rough sometimes to try to get through a lot of it, I think. But I've also been really grateful for the support. It's a bit rattling, honestly, because if I had known that it would have reached that many people, I might have spent some time to maybe refine it a little bit. But like at the same time, I don't know. I was making it because I thought the subject matter was interesting. You know, I didn't. I expected it to get less views than the Lucid CTF video, honestly. Oh, funk video was my introduction as well. Earned a sub with that one. Oh, thanks. You guys are the best, man. I'm glad you guys like the streams. I know I haven't been very consistent with the schedule as of late, and that's because of stuff like, I mean, I pulled 2 all-nighters recently just to get work done so that I could have today and then the whole weekend off. I could spend more time with my wife off stream, but I'm going to try to establish a firmer schedule. Part of it is part of the problem is that my work schedule is a bit screwed up right now, but if I can stream every morning other than Sunday, because I can't stream on Sundays, then that would be really good for me. The only hate comments I saw were low effort attacks on your wordiness, not even worth responding to. Yeah, a lot of it was just it's not that deep, 50-minute waste of time, or other comments too were like alluding to something more substantive, like actually human beings can't truly be objective, so everything you said is just your opinion, or the funk video was actually an opinion piece. And I'm like, did you not watch the video where I said and explained that the language he used is not subjective language, that it is in fact objective? And like, if you want to say that it's an opinion piece, how about just you make the video actually an opinion piece by saying things like I feel, or to me, or in my opinion, something like that. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that like at all. He does it like maybe once in the whole video. Other than that, everything he describes is objective in tone, and he's correct. So, you know, I get the hate comments issue. It's unfortunate, but a lot of them are very low effort. I'm grateful about that, but then there are the people that write the essays of the hate, and it's like, man, that's a lot of words to just say that I shouldn't care, right? Or that you don't care about what I care about, right? You know, when the rot of a culture is showing, when there is a culture like subsection that undermines criticism and contains dogmatic beliefs. Story of TF2's life, man. Post Meet Your Match for sure. You gonna watch the stream on Saturday if he reacts to your vid? If he actually does... We 10 of us piled into the VC of my Discord server to watch the stream yesterday, and he didn't get to it, and he titled the stream something different because he watched a different video, and then he went on to just rag on somebody for plagiarism, which, like, fair, warranted, but also I thought he was going to watch my video, so I felt a little snubbed in that regard, but I hope he does actually react to it on Saturday, and if he does, I will take the time to actually sit down and watch it in voice chat again. So if he actually does get around to the video, you can join the Discord server and hop in the VC and with all the chaos that was coming through on that at that point. Should probably keep going on the video, but try to keep your head up. Yeah. Let's continue with this sniper video. So far, there's been nothing of substance or anything new that Lucid has said. It's really just the same stuff I hear everywhere else. So nothing crazy. Zesty would have been way over time reacting to that vid in the afternoon. Yeah, but I thought he was only going to react to my video. I didn't know he was going to react to another video and then take time doing other things, because that's not what his stream schedule said. So, oh well.
At worst. The only real solution a player has is to also play sniper. Yes!
Holy shit.
Which is bad, both because
if you couldn't get the revenge on sniper unless you were playing as a sniper, I mean, that's a tactic the game allows for, considering you can switch classes whenever you want at default. But like, first of all, why would that be a bad thing? But second of all, no, not true. You can counter sniper with far more scenarios. Pyro's flare guns, anyone?
forces a player into a
Scorch Shot in
one-size-fits-all
particular is
strategy.
great against snipers because the stun and then the mini crit and the afterburn, if he's not near a dispenser or a health pack, he dies before he gets back to spawn. It is great. Scorch Shot's useful for countering snipers, I would say. The only reasonable criticism I could possibly direct at that video is how it might have come off as slightly too combative towards Funk, but given your passion for the topic, its importance, Yeah, I won't deny I can be a little abrasive at times, but I do my best not to be. If anything, the primary criticism I got from other folks that I know is that I spoke too robotically compared to the Lucid video where I was too passionate, so I like overcorrected a little bit. I play heavy, I don't get the revenge. I guess that's just how it goes. But your purpose on the team as a heavy is different. I use Scorch Shot so much against snipers, they hate it. It's perfect. Yeah, pretty much all the flare guns work against sniper to varying degrees, I think. But the Scorch Shot's a good one.
For dealing with the character, and also because it stifles the creativity and dynamic solutions to problems that TF2 otherwise thrives on.
See, that's what I mean. Dynamic. What does that mean? Creativity. What does that mean in the context of TF2? Dynamic? Dynamic especially. It's a subjective term. He's using it subjectively. It's a sales term, dude. It's not that you have to prove what dynamic is and then explain why sniper doesn't fit in with it and then why that's the truth. You have to prove this, man. You have to prove this. You can't just say it. That's what I hate about Lucid's format all the time. He just says things without proving it.
Not to mention, TF2 is a game that's built on a sort of rock, paper, scissors style of combat.
No, it is not.
Each class counters and is countered by other classes in the game. However, since Sniper's only real counter is himself...
You haven't proven that! You haven't proven that, bro! You didn't even try to explain how Scout and Spy can do it. And how really a lot of this is just in terms of the map design. Man, come on. I'm not trying to complain as if I expect everyone else to know what I know for having researched this really long video that I'm making, but come on. I swear, anytime I think he's actually smarter than this, he immediately finds a way to disappoint me. There's no end, dude.
You go from rock, paper, scissors to a bludgeoning match where two people use rock to hit each other over the head until the other one stops moving. It's not interesting or forces the player to engage with the game's mechanics on a deeper level. It's just a contest to see who can aim better.
That's most of the game anyway, if you really want to boil it down like that. You want to talk about how Soldier plays? It's who can shoot the ground better and capitalize on blast damage. You want to talk about Engineer? It's who builds the Sentry and can keep it up longer, right? You want to talk about Heavy? It's who can keep the medic up his butt longer, or because really Heavy doesn't need it. Who genuinely can aim better or get in positions where it works. Spy is who could get around the other guy better and backstab him without him knowing. Right? If we're really going to boil it down to that, what is this? This is the most brain dead take. This is so, I hate to say it like this, but this is exactly what I expected from Lucid. There's no substance in this at all. This is exactly what I expected from a video like this, because every other video about sniper discussions is like this. Gosh darn. I can't believe I pray for substance, man. Gee whiz. What's the ETA on the sniper video, by the way? I have no idea. I have no idea. Because I have to reformat the script at this point, but it will be the final reformatting and the editing. I will reformat it in such a way that editing is essentially optimized out of the process, as Torrid likes to say. So I'm not the goal is by summer's end, and by that I mean if it's not out by the end of August, something has gone wrong, like really, really wrong, because there's no reason I should not have this done in a month. Like, yeah. Actually, I should probably set that as my date. August 30. Expect the video by August 30. That's the deadline. I have 1 month to finish the video. That's what you're getting. And if I can't get it out by that time, something has gone really, really wrong, and you should either be concerned or you should unsubscribe, and I mean that genuinely. If I can't have it out in a month's time after working on it for like 16 months now, I think. Maybe it's not worth watching after all. So I'm dynamically changing my class to counter the enemy. True. True. I hate subjectivity and relativism. It confuses my brain. Same, bro. Same. Seems so backwards, like the main weapon mechanic pulls against the Oh, I think you're still talking about the Machina. If everyone says it's not fun to fight, chances are it's not fun to fight. Not everyone says it, so... Also, you can't appeal to popularity. It's a logical fallacy. You can't prove things based off of how popular an opinion is. That's not how things work. You know that. Sniper wasn't very well designed from the beginning, but unlocks have made him significantly more annoying. Prove that he's not well designed from the outset. And yes, as Second Crusader says, fun is subjective. Saying that Sniper talks made me want to play 2 hours of TF2 today, see how badly snipers pwn you. That'd be funny. You have to understand... Sorry, I'm trying to read. You have to understand, Snake, most of this discourse is impossible and noobish because few people would have played something like Pre-Fortress 2 to see TF2 stripped to the very core class mechanics. I know. I'm not trying to inflict that upon people. I'm just kind of saying. They have only ever played with ridiculous 2014 laser guns and stuff that completely upends the entire design of the game and ruins all perspective. Yeah, it's rough like that, man. Richter, you removed the gunslinger in your mod. It's not Richter's mod, and no, they didn't remove it. They rebalanced it. And it works better, honestly. Sniper video coming out with Half-Life 3. No, don't say that. Please don't say that. No. I want this video to be done more than anything ever. This is I don't want to keep working on this for the rest of my life. I want this done. Like, dude, I don't want to keep working on it forever. Not because minis are annoying and bad, but because Robot Hand is too crazy for the... Oh, you said Gunslinger, not Wrangler. I conflated Gunslinger and Wrangler. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. That's dumb. Too crazy for the class that builds sentry guns and teleporters. They are annoying and also bad. Gunslinger is a poor fit for TF2's art style, and also the entire design contradicts the role outlined for NG by TF's original devs, and any mod is a subjective creation. I guess at a point... Fun is subjective. That's why the popular opinion is all that matters. No, because that turns fun into objectivity. Because that's just the consensus of what a subjective opinion is. The consensus of a subjectivity is not objectivity. And I know you know that. Most people are smart enough to know that. That is a brain dead take. I think you're trolling me. The popular opinion is that he's really annoying. Don't care. I don't care. Doing my laundry and heading to bed. Lovely stream, Snake. All right, farewell, mayonnaise. Thanks for popping in, making a 6-7 vid after the Sniper vid, dude. Trust. No. I need to pick your brain later at the Sniper video, because I have a lot of questions. I think there are some fundamental problems with Sniper, mainly revolving around how strong his primary can be. Sure, you can pick my brain about it. Just know that it gets really nerdy. Because a lot of this has to do with the history of the class as well. And the history of all the other classes as a result, actually, so. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there could be an interview of some kind. An interview video. I don't know. That'd be fun. Sniper is so fun in TFC, it's crazy. True. I love Sniper in TFC. Let's see if this video gets to some new point, yeah. That's fine. I'm friends with Frankie. The autism doesn't bother me. Yeah. If you don't care about the opinion of that the majority of players have, then whatever video you're making is of no value because you can't convince people that he's fun to fight against. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just trying to provide the truth. It's not my job to convince people. I can't make anyone believe anything. I can only do my best to provide what I currently understand to be true. And it's up to people to align themselves with the truth that I outline or not. And it's not a subjective truth. It's not my truth. It's the truth. I am only chasing the truth. And the opinions of people are only useful insofar as whether or not they align with the truth. And I don't care about the opinions of other people. The whole reason I'm making the video is because the general opinion sucks. And I can prove that. I can prove that it's mistaken. So... whatever. Making egg waffles right now. I can't wait. Right after you do the Sniper vid, you'll do a memoir to the OG devs. Dude, I don't even know, man. I didn't want to just make TF videos for the rest of my life, especially not under this name. But I don't know. It's like I've said before. I only talk about things that I think like are really that important. And if I run out of things to say, I'm just never going to upload again. So I'll just When I run out of things to say, I'll just stop talking, and then when something new comes up, I'll just start talking again. So, I don't know. The opinion of the majority is irrelevant within the subject matter. Yeah. TFC is just really fun in general. I agree. I have had a lot of fun with that, especially on the higher levels of play. I'm considering getting TFC. Do it, man. Do it. TFC is a blast. It's rustic. It's great. The truth is that people get headshot from across the map, and they don't have any fun when that happens. Yeah, well, I don't have any fun when Trollger dings me either. Can we remove him? Can we make a case for removing Trollger just because of that? You could, but also no, that would be a dishonest way, by the way. That's a rhetorical question. It's more honest. It's more honest to actually say that you remove Trollger because he warps the game in a particular way. You don't just remove him because he's not fun. That is genuinely a stupid way of thinking. That is a really stupid thing. Dying isn't fun, so dying shouldn't be in the game. Yeah, that's the logical extent of it at that point. Yeah. Trollger should be removed. Yes, he's not useful, but he's not fun to fight against either. Can't base it on fun. Fun's not a factor here. Not when you get to not when you get to this level of analysis. We're talking about game design here. Fun has no place. Let's see. It's really hard to understand the analysis of the video, then you go on chat tangents. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm so used to just interacting with chat all the time from live streams of like writing the script and editing the video. It's really hard to ignore chat. I don't want to ignore chat though. Does TFC have any active servers? Technically, yes, but it's very hard to find active games. Don't have any fun when I randomly get backstabbed by Spy. Yeah, same. Fun is the factor. This is a video game. You say that about music too. That doesn't mean anything. Or any art form. Or movies. Doesn't matter how much fun you had if the movie sucks. It's like, that's nice. That's nice. It means nothing when we're talking about actual substance. Bro, actually true. Screw Soldier. Yeah, Trollger. Sorry, Trollger. Yeah. Using fun is a bad way to make game design. Using fun as a bad way to make game design is a bad idea, as it is a subjective matter that fluctuates greatly, causing it to be very unstable. Yeah, yeah. That's really all you need to that's really all you need to say in regards to that. Anything else, and you're just jumping into the weeds of semantics with people that don't actually want to listen to you.
And nothing else. Which, if you ask me, is the absolute worst case scenario.
The only constant sniper counter is another sniper. Consistent. Well, that's not true.
For a sniper.
That's
in a
very
video
obvious to
game.
prove, too.
With Sniper in Team Fortress 2.
Fun is a result, not a design. Yes. Fun is the personal experience that you have with something. It's like how I don't have fun playing RPGs, right? But I'm not going to go around saying that RPGs as an entire genre are not fun, right? It's just not fun to me. I prefer other genres. I understand, and I could probably separate in my mind, if I actually sat down and tried to play an RPG properly, I could probably sit down and actually analyze it as its own thing and understand why it's so good. My personal tastes, what I find fun, leads me to other things like shooters and action games and racing games and stuff like that. That's my jam, right? I don't do RPGs typically, but I also need a proper introduction to them. I've never really had a proper introduction to them, so I admit, don't have enough experience with them. I get so annoyed because base TF2 is so difficult to play in anything resembling a vanilla way, and then you get into a game that's actually an even matchup and you're fighting Trollger and Vaccinator. Yeah, just completely sucks, ruins the experience. Yeah. I despise Trollger. It stopped being funny after the first Soundsmith video I saw in 2020. Real. Brad A. Sparky? Reggie fills aim. Oh yeah, Reggie from Nintendo of America. If it's not fun, why bother? That's a marketing slogan. All right, that's a sales pitch. That has nothing to do with game design. And I think that's very obvious. If you don't understand that, then like, I don't know. Might be no hope. Play Earthbound, really good game. I have been referred to that before. And Mother 3 if you can. Yeah, actually, Fastminer07, he's a racing game YouTuber that I talk to a lot. He recommended the Mother series to me. I agree that with that whole it's fun thing. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is fun, but it has no substance due to the lack of any challenge. Yeah. It's like if you constantly press IDKFA in classic Doom, it's fun because you get to use the BFG all the time and you have all the keys and stuff. But like, There's no substance to it because you're using cheats. You know, if you go God mode in Doom, it's fun, I guess, if that's your kind of thing. But, you know, third hour gone, third of the video watched. This video doesn't deserve this much attention. I think I've given more attention to the conversations in chat than I have to the video. Unironically, I started gaining appreciation for RPGs because I started noticing the influence they do have on TF, and I mean TF at its core, not just modern-day junk mechanics. They got the idea for classes from Hex and Heretic and D&D. I did know the Hex and Heretic thing, which is funny because Hex and Heretic is a bit of a Doom clone that was expanded into class-based play, which is really interesting because that means I should play it. It's very significant to gaming history. It's basically modern game design. Yeah. Did they? That's really cool. Yeah. I did know the Heretic Hexen part. The D&D thing, not as much, because I know that D&D is what inspired things like Doom and Quake more directly. I think.
Aim is everything. These are the 3 biggest issues plaguing Sniper in TF2, and the ones that commonly get him cited as the most hated class issues plaguing Sniper.
You didn't capitalize your S. Wait, why are the S's and I's capitalized on issue? The heck? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever the case, I eagerly await the Sniper video because I cannot imagine the truth being anything other than he's a poorly designed character in a game that released with several design flaws. Well, we will certainly be talking about that, so I certainly hope it'll be worth the wait. Don't most classes have to aim? All classes have to aim. Even Medic to select a heal target. Even Pyro for air blast direction, actually. Which if you want to make an argument for it, could be argued is more complicated because it's directional influence. Yeah.
Sniper in TF2, and the ones that commonly get him cited as the most hated class in the game. But these problems aren't exclusive to TF2's Sniper. These issues also plague snipers in other games. The light class in the finals was given enough movement.
I love how
to
most of
provoke
his
a
kills
position-heavy
are body shots
and
too.
aim-heavy class, causing balancing issues at multiple points in the game's short history. Overwatch has had 2 snipers for the majority of its lifespan, with Widowmaker being an awful pick and Ana being meta for most of the game's history. And need I
He did the thing with
mention Black
Widowmaker
Widow from
again,
Ana being meta
where the
for
head
most
is
of the game's
the head is HD and it's stitched onto a low res image. That's really funny.
history. And need I mention Black Widow from Marvel Rivals, a character that has consistently been one of the worst characters in the game since the game came out. It seems that everywhere you look, snipers are an impassable hurdle for developers to balance
Counter-Strike.
around. So if snipers are so hard
Bro
to
doesn't know
balance,
anything.
so badly handled across so many games, then should we just drop the archetype altogether? What's the point of keeping this class in so many different games if it's so consistently terrible to deal with? How do we make Sniper good? Well, for some of these answers, we may have to look at an unlikely ally, a game that most wouldn't think of when the word shooter is uttered. Let's take a look at Splatoon.
Have you ever drank liquid before? No? Well, there's no better time to start than right now. Introducing Holy, a really yummy drink mixture that you can take. Think of it as you.
Sponsor filth. I don't know anything
Depending on
about
who you are.
Splatoon, so I'm going into this without much knowledge about this. I'm just letting you know. I hate that I'm old enough that any modern relevant conversation about TF2 necessitates an analogy to Overwatch. Snake, I have disliked this game since the first trailer. I am completely indignant there. I'm sorry, man. I really am. That's that really does have to suck. Can you really say they are inspired or just doing what was already the general action of backstabbing made literal in game? What?
Hearing someone even utter the word Splatoon will likely send you reeling into a sense of casual-induced Wii U era cringe, the likes of which Reddit has never before seen. But let me assure you, there's much
liked
more
the
to this
Wii U.
game than meets the eye. For those unaware, Splatoon is Nintendo's own third-person shooter franchise spanning 3 games with a spin-off on the horizon. But for this conversation, we're going to be focusing on the very first
We
game
both know the
released
real
on
reason why
Wii U in
Overwatch is popular.
2015. The main premise of Splatoon is that you're a squid-human hybrid playing in a paintball-like sport where the primary goal is to cover the ground in ink. The weapons in this game are all
Ooh, is that buffering? We're seriously having a buffer issue now? Bruh. Might have to reload the video. It's over. We're going down to 720p, y'all. It's over. Overwatch gave a lot of jobs to people not in the video game industry. Cut it out, guys.
meant to accomplish this goal, to varying degrees of efficiency. The Aerospray MG, for example, can cover a ludicrous amount of ground, netting your team
We were
an
paused
insane
for so
amount of
long and it
coverage
still
at the
needs to
expense of
buffer.
its piss-poor
I know,
running
yeah.
and this dichotomy between
Desert
offense
Wi-Fi
and
for
the
you, man.
objective is present in
That's
all
how
of
it is.
Splatoon's weapons.
Wait, you
and
don't
what
got
makes
money.
each of
No,
them
I'm just
so
kidding.
unique and interesting from a game design standpoint. The main balance of Splatoon is in offsetting the weapon's offensive capability with its relevance to the objective. Oftentimes, weapons are primarily good when they can both manage the objective well and be good at splatting enemies. The 52 Gal, for instance, has immense damage output, allowing it to kill targets in just 3 direct hits, while also inking a fair amount of turf decently quickly. But if the Aerospray is focused on inking turf and the 52 Gal balances inking turf with offense, what does a fully offensive Splatoon weapon look like? Well, this is where Splatoon snipers come in. The Chargers. The design of these weapons makes me wonder if developers at Nintendo played Team Fortress 2, got headshot by a sniper a couple dozen times from across the map, and thought to themselves, "Ah!" And so they put the Charger in the game.
Oh yeah, any opportunity to dunk on TF2 sniper. Oh yeah, that was a terrible joke, but the screen was kind of funny.
Times from across the map, and thought to themselves, "Ah!" And so they
that was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. 2 Fort Wi-Fi. TF2 needs busty woman to remain alive for another decade. Trust. Yes, the 10th class woman.
the Charger in the game. This weapon class manages to
Her
address
one gimmick is that she stuns players by seducing them, and then Spy gets the stab on him.
each of the 3 major issues we brought up with TF2 Sniper, and comes out on the other end as a major improvement on the design of the class.
Isn't this just relative to Splatoon itself, considering that Splatoon is a very different focused game, and it's also third person? Like, how is this a reasonable comparison, considering that this is such a fundamentally different game? It's like when people compare TF2 Sniper to Counter-Strike as a whole. It's a terribly disingenuous comparison. I don't know why he's making the comparison. He should be bringing this up independently.
But despite
And I don't
this,
even know anything about Splatoon. I just understand that because that's how you're supposed to talk about games.
it still has some hiccups that prevent it from being
The only reason you would want to
perfect.
compare something is if
let's
it's
go over
really
its
that
design.
mechanically similar,
The
which it
Charger
doesn't
is a
look like it
weapon that
is.
shoots ink in a straight line, with the range and damage of the shot being determined by how long the charge is held down for. Every charger also has a laser sight that shows exactly where
I'm going to write a letter to the President of the United States lobbying for a new law that anyone making a TF2 discourse video needs to play 15 hours of TF Port, TFC, and or Gold Rush first. That would actually be amazing. Criminally punishable by... I don't even know what that would be punishable by. It doesn't work as a comparison. You don't even need headshots in it. Oh, does Splatoon not have headshots at all, or they do, but it's not even relevant at that point?
they're aiming, making it easy to predict and dodge. Different chargers have different charge speeds and damage thresholds, and none of them have infinite range, but they all operate under the same general design principle. In order for a charger to kill an enemy
None of them have infinite range. Oh, that makes it so much better, doesn't it? Objectively. Oh, no headshots. Okay.
in one shot, the player
That sounds like it'd
must
probably
be
work for that
almost
game.
completely stationary, unable to do anything for a significant period of time. And in a game like Splatoon, where movement is quick and the time to kill is incredibly low, standing still for any length of time is often a massive risk. Chargers also absolutely suck at inking turf, often making them even less mobile even when they aren't actively attacking, and lead
I don't know what he means that Charger in Splatoon not having range is good. Is Sniper really a sniper if it's at most medium range? I wouldn't say so. No. Charger is way easier than Sniper because all shots are one-shots in smaller maps. Yeah, I was noticing that too. The map design is not only smaller, but it's very different. I don't know why he's making this such a direct comparison. There's nothing to compare. It's in a league of its own. It's a completely different game design. Why is he doing this? This makes no sense. Sentenced to the Gold Rush punishment worse than the death penalty? Nah, Gold Rush is great. I suck at sniper, but as a kid I used to sweat a ton with the eliter.
Leaving them vulnerable to
Again,
being
I've
rushed
never
down.
played Splatoon. I don't know
In
much
short,
about it,
the
so
Charger is a significant trade-off from other weapons, sacrificing a ton of mobility, attack speed, and inking ability in exchange for range and the ability to one-shot enemies. What this results in for the gameplay is that Chargers in Splatoon take on a much more supportive role, hanging out in the backline and preventing enemies
Supportive
from
role,
attacking
you
the
say?
objective through their area denial. The Charger, arguably
Military
more so than
Snake,
other
he is
weapons in the
preparing a
game,
straw man
benefits
for
heavily from its
Deadlock.
sub and
Oh no.
special weapons, largely because of this supportive role. These alternative weapons serve to assist the Charger's role as a backline supporter, rather than completely invalidating the class's weaknesses by making him proficient at close.
I am never going to defend Girardi or Bushwhacker. You're not going to catch me defending it in my sniper video. The only thing I can ever say is that it is possible to deal with, and while it shouldn't be in the game, the Bushwhacker definitely, and the Girardi most likely, it shouldn't be in the game straight up. It's not impossible to deal with. This is a kind of situation where it's obviously beneficial because you've put somebody in a box, right? That makes sense. But if you're on Harvest, it is so much easier to take care of in most cases that Sniper would be in. Like, yes, case by case, obviously. But I am not going to defend the existence of Girardi Bushwhacker. That is something I agree. It mitigates the close range weakness far, 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 far too much. But that is not Sniper's fault. That is the developer's fault. The eggs have been drenched in guacamole. Nice. Also, most weapons in Splatoon have no range except for the bomb, so you have much less risk sniping. Also, only 4-player teams means getting flanked is much less of a risk. Huh. Deadlock locks and plays more like a product from Riot Games. Or looks and plays more like a product from Riot Games.
And completely invalidating
I don't know
the
what that
class's
means really,
weaknesses
but
by making him proficient at close and long range.
I can only imagine.
Interestingly, by making the Charger's ability to aim less important to its overall effectiveness.
Even then, Girardi Bushwhacker is an unlock and not a fundamental part of the sniper. It's like saying medic needs a nerf because of the vaccinator. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. I should put that in the script. I don't think I phrased it like that in my script. I will remember that, Second Crusader.
It actually makes the class better for the game overall. It doesn't mean that aiming isn't important.
Wait, so if what Wazowski's saying is true about sniping essentially not even being sniping and more just like mid-range supporting and like how it's not necessarily that much sniping compared to something like TF2, is he saying that this is good because it's not sniping? Because that's what I'm getting the impression of.
The player's ability to aim doesn't entirely determine how effective they'll be in an actual match.
Vindicta in Deadlock is only strong because her feet are out and that stuns Lucid in place. That's funny. At Military Snake, yes. Oh. It depends on the specific sniper, but yeah, kinda. Well, that's a little awkward. Deadlock's art design is created with generative AI. Maybe it's snobby, but ever since I learned that, I just refuse to engage with anything regarding that game. Real. I didn't know that, actually. Now I have a valid reason to hate. No, I'm just kidding. That's actually kind of interesting, though. I didn't know that.
A Charger could be aimbotting and still not be oppressive enough to single-handedly win a game. No matter how good they are at aiming, they will never be strong enough to invalidate their built-in weaknesses. For the Charger, aim isn't everything, and the game greatly benefits for it.
Oh, I get it now. He finally said aim isn't everything, which is the title of the video. And he didn't say that about Sniper. He said that aim is everything about TF2 Sniper. So that means that TF2 Sniper bad. TF2 Sniper bad and funny Splatoon game good. Give me a break, man. I'm going to go play a game or something. Enjoy the rest of the video. All right, farewell, Tyronus. Thanks for sticking around. At Military Snake, he is advocating for Sniper to be support characters as Deadlock as example. Uh-oh. There's a Charger that straight up can't one-shot no matter what. Oh.
It doesn't make the Charger perfect. It still has a plethora of issues that could be fleshed out to make for an even better class. Splatoon's incredibly short respawn timer,
that's not even true, dude. What's not true?
Can make actually picking off.
Hang on, what Wazowski? What's not true in particular? Are you talking to Lucid or me or someone else?
Short respawn timer, as well as squid beacons and super jumping, can make actually picking off a sniper feel relatively inconsequential to the overall outcome of the match. If the enemy team's sniper is really good, and you finally manage to flank them and take them out, they're going to be back in the game so quickly that you might not even have an opportunity to capitalize on their absence.
Well, then why is that? Is that a problem with the sniper itself, or is that a problem with the reload time or respawn time? What is that? Sniper was actually a problem in Splatoon 3 because of bad maps, so he's wrong that chargers are... He's wrong that chargers are perfect. He said they aren't perfect. He's explaining that right now, I think.
I think that making the respawn time on people using a charger slightly longer than the default...
You would give a respawn time penalty to specific classes? Why on earth would you do that? Nicely done research, Lucid. Tons of mistakes, grammatical errors. Yeah, kind of. Because of inconsistency? Oh, okay. That's a horrible idea. Yeah, what the heck? You would have designated respawn times for specific classes? I'm not even thinking about that in terms of like TF2 or something. Like in any game, that sounds weird. Because then you'd get the impression like, oh, why am I taking so long to respawn when everyone else respawns faster? Oh, it's because of the class I'm playing? All right, I guess I'm just not going to use it. And so then what's the point? Maybe that is the point. It's because it actually it's a spite change to make sure that nobody ever plays sniper. You have to make sniper as inconvenient as possible to play regardless of the game. Any sniper class, it has to be as inconvenient as possible to play so that it incentivizes people to not play him. You see? This is genius game design. This is actually amazing. That would be horrific. Yeah. What the heck? It's basically a roundabout way of telling you to just not play sniper. Yeah, that would be really annoying. And not even on a personal level. That's just, I guess the less subjective word would be tedious. It's really tedious in a meta design, not in the actual game design. Yeah, pretty much.
would make taking out one a bit more significant. Also, though sub-weapons and special weapons often encourage a more defensive, supportive playstyle, some very special examples can allow the sniper to defend at close range a bit too well. It's nothing close to TF2.
Oh, God forbid the sniper has something to defend himself with, man. Jeez.
Or bubbler to a charger,
I guess you'd have to
closing
prove.
the distance on them and taking them out feel like a harrowing task, if they're good enough. These two issues...
That is the problem with this video. It all hinges upon if good enough. It's not an argument that cannot ever be used as a support. Not if we're actually being honest here, man. A pretty liberal way of thinking. Haha, yeah. Why class exists if not to play with. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Skill issue alert! Yeah, pretty much. Charger is already seen as inconsistent, so making his respawn longer would make it even more inconsistent. Ooh. Oh dear. Dear me. Lucid doesn't know what he's talking about again? Shocker. Wee woo.
are examples of the sniper class's main challenges rearing their ugly heads just a bit.
Jeez.
Even when the
Can you
biggest
imagine if he
issues have been
joined the
taken
stream
care
right
of,
now?
and they largely stem
And was
from the
like, hey, why
environment
you
of Splatoon
bullying
and
me?
The way it's designed, rather than the sniper class
Old
itself.
Splatoon is so
Something
weird.
like a
I don't know, it
respawn
looks kind of
timer
cool.
is made consistent for all of the
Splatoon
weapons,
gets lots of balance changes, so my info could be outdated, though. Oh, okay.
and changing that would upset this internal consistency. So even though Splatoon attempts to address the sniper's biggest issues, these problems can still arise when Splatoon's overall environment clashes with what the developers did to balance the sniper. For the ideal sniper, the game would have to be designed around them in such a way where their biggest design weaknesses are mitigated significantly, allowing the best parts of the sniper to flourish. But that leads us to ask, what are the best parts of the sniper?
Oh, great.
You may be surprised to learn that snipers are my favorite class in all of video games.
I don't believe you.
Not just shooters either.
You're just
I
saying
love
that for the
Sniper
bit.
Monkey in Bloons Tower Defense with all of my being. I'd go over to my friend's house in middle school to play Halo 3 and exclusively use the Spartan laser and sniper rifle. I've spent more time playing sniper in Team Fortress 2 than any other class.
I need to see your hours, dude. I don't believe you.
First started playing the game during the...
Shut up, Pikachu Frankie. This is my problem with the sniper discussion. They look at the technical potential and not the average potential of players. This is literally just trickle-down balance. It kind of seems that way, yeah. But it's also, like... It's not even that they're looking at the average potential of players as much as they are just, assuming the best case scenario to prove a point about every case scenario. Are you still on part 2? I don't know. There was a lot to talk about with chat. Also, aim isn't everything in TF2. Sniper needs his team after all. He can't push. Yeah. But you're never going to hear that because this is all from the individualistic perspective of killing is good and killing means win game because, yeah. Spoiler, he says the best part of snipers isn't sniping. Oh gosh, I can't wait. Hello, welcome, Fondle16. It's fundamental weakness, yeah. Give Lucid some slack. Splatoon Charger can genuinely solo due to small team sizes. I'd know because I've done that. This is part 3. We only have one more part after he tries to say he likes snipers. Yeah, I don't understand because he's like, I don't understand how he's.
You may be surprised to learn that snipers are my favorite class in all of video games. Not just shooters either. I love the sniper mode with all of my
No, this would be like if Lucid actually said that CTF was actually his favorite game mode in TF2. He just understands its flaws. Like, no, I wouldn't buy that for a second, dude. Not a chance. Not a chance. My buddy told me he hates playing this game because he's bad at it. Is it too sacrilegious to say a lot of this winds up being a problem with payloads design and specifically contemporary payload map design, not sniper? Well, payload is the game mode that did incentivize, it seems, a great deal of the openness. But I would say that the openness of maps in general is also able to be contributed to attributed to unlock design needing more space to operate within. So I don't know. Maybe it does have to do more with payload than I thought it would. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Okay. Yeah. Time to keep going.
I'd go over to my friend's house in middle school to play Halo 3 and exclusively use the Spartan laser and sniper rifle. I've spent more time playing sniper in Team Fortress 2 than any other class. I first started playing the game during the pandemic and lockdown, and spending abundant amounts of my free time on 2 Fort trying to click heads was some of the most fun I've had playing PC games. Snipers are very, very important to me. Having to move to avoid being tracked down by close-range classes, finding ideal sightlines and angles to cripple an opponent's health and set up for your team, these are the things that make the sniper fun and engaging to not only play as, but also to play against.
Fun and engaging. Fun and engaging.
Based classes, then the process of trying to sneak into the backline to get a pick on an enemy sniper and allow your team to move forward is genuinely one of the most enriching and interactive forms of gameplay a shooter can have. This is the dynamic and enjoyable kind of...
Oh my gosh, he's literally pulling out all the buzzwords I was talking about earlier. Fun, engaging, interactive, interesting, dynamic, enjoyable. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh, this man could be a salesman if he wasn't such a bum. I don't know. I could probably say the same thing about myself. I'm not gonna... I retract that. Goodness gracious, man. Yeah, payload having that as an issue is also map dependent. Agreed. Frontier. It's not that I don't disagree with your points about Frontier. I just don't prefer playing Frontier. I don't know why. I just don't like it. It's just, I'm not saying it's a bad map. It's just not my jam. I prefer other maps. To be fair, I also just like payload maps that are 3-stage. This sounds like ChatGPT or something. A little bit. I'm not going to accuse him of it because I know what it's like to be accused of being AI like so often. So I'm not going to like bag him for it. Also, I can't help but notice that he's had this yellow filter border around literally the entire video. It's beginning to bother me because it makes me think that something's wrong with my monitor when it's not. Because the monitor already has a couple of issues. So fun and engaging. I can't think of a more boring class to play. To each his own when it comes to what classes you prefer to play. Try to say something and a different message comes out. Uh-oh. Is chat screwing you up? Frontier is single stage. Oh, I'm sorry. I said single stage, didn't I? I meant 3-stage. I'm very sorry. I meant to say 3-stage. I'm silly. That's a mistake.
That snipers offer to shooters. and it's amazing when they're done right. But unfortunately, by my estimation, there's only a select few examples of developers really understanding what makes snipers so fun and engaging.
I should get Alex in here and have him talk about Counter-Strike again. Gosh dang.
Instead, devs often seem
He claims that a well-designed sniper will incentivize a player to use everything available to the sniper, not just a rifle. He criticizes TF2 sniper due to his secondaries and melees. Yeah, I was beginning to pick up on that as well. It's like, it's more than just the sniping, but at the same time, it's not. It's like, which one is it?
to focus purely on making a character that's supposed to rely on.
Also, wait, did he even make a point yet?
Ideal sightline to me. Having to move to avoid being tracked down by close-range classes.
This is what's the best part about sniping, right? What's the best part about snipers? That was the question he asked.
Finding ideal sightlines.
And he's talking about his personal experience.
Health and setup for your team. These are the things that make the sniper fun and engaging to not only play as, but also to play against. If you're one of those close-range movement and positioning-based classes, then the process of trying to sneak into the backline to get a pick on an enemy sniper and allow your team to move forward is genuinely one of the most enriching and interactive forms of gameplay a shooter can have. This is the dynamic and enjoyable kind of gameplay that snipers offer to shooters, and it's amazing when they're done right. But unfortunately, by my estimation, there's only a select few examples of developers really understanding.
I've never played Deep Rock Galactic, so I don't understand why it's being brought up. It's not even PvP. It's not? Is it a PvE game? I do concur that the SMG is not useful enough on sniper due to the strength of the rifle at closer ranges. Closer range issue is not a problem, but also, hang on, I gotta take care of something real quick. Yeah. Oh, also, if you're not watching YouTube on your turn on PS4, I think what's going on is that the stream is dumping out part of it because there's too many devices. I don't think it's your laptop. I think it's just the PS1. All right. You can use the SMG as a finisher weapon? Yeah, totally. In a lot of cases, I would argue most cases, it's more useful than trying to go for a risky quickscope. Because at least you'll still deliver more damage that might actually matter when somebody else comes around to finish the other guy off. Whereas if you miss that quickscope shot, it is Jover. So Jover.
Snipers so fun and engaging. Instead, devs often seem to focus purely on making a character that's supposed to rely on their aim and nothing else. A lot of these characters can just aim at a player's head hitbox and hit left click, and that's all that really matters to them.
Oh yeah, sure. As if it's not. Oh my gosh, it's just aim. All you have to do is aim, man. It ain't that hard. Sure. We're just gonna discount any potential agency or skill that another player could have in the matter. Here comes the fun part, aka be support, not a sniper or funny drone. Haha, so funny. Insta-kill player controlled projectile. I am having so much fun dying when under half health. Ha. Uh-oh. All Scout has to do is walk into an enemy and hit left click. Yeah, if you applied this to so many other things. I mean, all Soldier has to do is just shoot at the ground, right? That's what so many people have said. You just pop a guy up and shoot the ground twice and he dies, you know, if he's not heavy. So it's like, what the heck?
Player's head hitbox and hit left.
I obviously know that
And
other
that's all
classes
that really
don't die in
matters to
2
them.
shots, but
With most snipers,
Man.
aim is everything. And I think that's
it's not. It's not. You have to position, you have to have spatial awareness, and you have to understand what your team is doing and what the enemy team is doing, because if you're just aiming for things, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You need a team to support you as much as you're supporting the team, because you as a sniper are not supposed to be designed to, like, push forward the objective in as direct of a manner as an offense class, for example. Gosh, doesn't sniping have a lot of recovery frames when shooting? I don't know what that means. You're talking about like latency, like a forgiveness window? Because I think that's game to game.
really, really, really boring. But
Boring.
there's one game that's given me everything I could ever want from a sniper. And not just one, but two. Two characters that embody only the best parts of the sniper archetype and make for the absolute best
Only the
gameplay
best
the class
parts.
can offer. Let's take a look at our third and final game.
What would even be the best part of a sniper archetype properly? Just that he functions like a sniper, right? Would that not be the way that it works? You know? You're useful as the long-range gunman that supports the team from a distance, but also, like, if taken out, you lose a valuable asset to the team. Like, that's the best part, because that's the only part. It's just being the sniper. This is where he claims that the best part of a sniper is not sniping. Oh, great. I was going to tell you guys to not spoil it for me, but at this point I could use it, because anything to cushion the blow is going to be needed at this point.
Valve's own Deadlock. Deadlock is a character-focused MOBA shooter hybrid with a heavy focus on
Stop! You immature piece of garbage.
movement and positioning, and it's easily the best thing Valve has done in the past decade. It's a true throwback to
Could you prove that for me, Blood? Because I tried playing it, and it's not for me. Do you know Deadlock is a computer term? I did, yes. He wants to be Funk so badly. Why? There's no way Funk is that good. He was... Just made a video about it.
the classic Valve formula, where the company takes something that worked and completely flips it on its head to make an experience that feels entirely unique.
Inferior game, by the way. This was the worst of the Portal games, and I will go to bat for Portal 1 when it comes to that. I just recently played through Portal 1 again after playing Portal 2. Easily the superior game in terms of just everything. I can't go into depth about it right now because I don't have the terms for it, and I don't have the brain space to think about it right now, but I will eventually make a video about it at some point, I'm sure. Lucid the Valve Glazer. Yeah, sure seems that way, huh? He is the archetype of Gaben, how do I say it without being profuse or profane, sorry. I don't know. I'm not going to bother.
And no place is that better seen than in the characters. Each of these characters seems deliberately designed to appeal to a specific type of player. From players who like constant movement, to players who like to play with the team, to players that like micromanaging smaller units to lock down an area. The interesting part of this is that a lot of these archetypes...
What were his little...
From players who like constant movement...
Loves balls. Dude, you gotta stop. Grow the hell up. Or sorry, heck up. I gotta clean my mouth up, man. Grow up.
The players who like to play with the
Either a free kill or the worst thing you've ever experienced. Portal, but in real life.
team, to players that like micromanaging smaller units to lock down an area. The interesting part of this
I wouldn't call Lucid a Valve glazer in general, just a really big glazer of Deadlock specifically. Of all the games to glaze, this looks like the most strange decision. Because, like, it doesn't look inspired. It looks really boring. And it's trying to not be boring with all these other colors that don't fit the gray, the really drab environment. Portal is an okay puzzle game with a great atmosphere. Portal 2 is a good puzzle game with no soul to speak of. I like the co-op in Portal 2. I don't like the campaign, mostly because the campaign puzzles aren't necessarily more difficult, they're just more tedious. And Portal 1 is a pretty decent puzzle game, I would say. Obviously not the most challenging thing in the world in the campaign, but I like the advanced challenge maps and the additional challenges. Those are cool. And the atmosphere is unmatched in Portal 1, man. And then Portal 2 comes around and kept actively killing. I don't know if you were there, Typical Gentleman, when I was streaming my Portal 2 runs, but there were so many times where I started crashing out because the music kept cutting into the atmosphere the game should otherwise have been providing, and it came off as though it was trying to be a movie when it had no right to be at all. Just complete loss. And also the story was garbage. The characters were insufferable. Absolutely insufferable.
is that a lot of these archetypes have their primary roots in Team Fortress 2, but they've all been adapted and shifted to such a significant degree that you'd hardly notice. The sniper has two characters in Deadlock that extend from his blueprint, Vindicta and Grey Talon. Vindicta is the most visually similar to what you'd expect from a sniper,
She flies?
given that she's the one character of these two that actually has gun. But the interesting part about Vindicta is that her sniper isn't actually something you'll be using all that often, despite it being
Deadlock is
fundamental to
Concord
making
tier, but Valve made it. That's actually what I thought of when Concord was announced. I was like, oh, this looks like Deadlock.
unique as a character. You see, in an absolutely hilarious twist,
Let's look at this environment, man. This is the most uninspired piece of garbage. I would think this is a tech demo of somebody's custom-built engine. Does anyone even know what engine this is in? This can't be Source 2, because Source 2 does not look this bad. This looks terrible.
to fate, the developers of Deadlock realized that snipers are oftentimes really broken and unfun to play against. So Vindicta's
That is not a fair comparison. Not even Valve's own games don't do that.
traditional scoped-in sniper shot has been relegated to her ultimate ability. Her ultimate ability. The base attack of most snipers is so fundamentally flawed and broken that Vindicta
The base attack being shooting and like headshot damage?
has it as the strongest possible attack in her entire kit. This is the ability that Vindicta's whole moveset is based around. Its main function is that it has a huge damage multiplier on targets with
This third-person slop is getting annoying to
under
look
half
at.
health. As such, her kit is designed around getting enemies' health low enough to where she can do the most damage possible. Rather than her sniper being her default move, it's the move that she has to set up for.
Maybe that works for this game. I don't know, and I kind of don't care, because it is from game to game. He's really just trying to pull this as any opportunity to slight the TF2 sniper, though. It really feels like that. The video is quiet. Is it quiet? I've had it at the same volume the entire time. Technically, it's in beta invite. Oh, what? It is. It is It's still in beta. Bruh. Map kind of looks like Play-Doh. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Have you looked into CS2? CS2 looks better than this, bro. No, is the volume good? Because I haven't changed the volume.
Rather than her sniper being her default move,
This is just different philosophies. Okay, yeah.
it's the move that she has to set up for with the rest of her abilities. She has a tether that hampers a target's movements, allowing for easier kills, as well as an attack that applies 7 seconds of bleed. Hey, wait a second. Unlike most snipers, aiming an
That's
enemy
funny.
shot
The
is
bleed
only
thing is funny. Might want to compare audio levels against your mic and OBS. I have. Nobody's complained about it until you just now. Is the audio okay for everyone else? Can everyone else hear the video against me properly? Also, with Vindicta, you can just use Anvil and dogpile on her if she's a problem. Oh. 8 seconds of bleed. Yeah. The bleed thing was kind of funny. It's fine for you, Crusader. Okay. I'll push the volume slightly, but everyone says it's fine, so I'm just gonna leave it kind of as is. Great part about TF2 being defunct is that Valve will never ruin Sniper to please these people. There's always a non-zero chance that they would, so I'm not sure. Really whisper quiet for me. Oh.
A small part of Vindicta's game plan. She has to earn her way to that point first, putting their health below that juicy 50% threshold that allows for her to do some real damage. However, her weaknesses are as pronounced as her strengths are. Once she gets rushed down, there's very little she can do to get away, and there's a metric ton of items that counter what she's capable of. But once she's in position, she's able to be a real problem in any match.
No, just like TF2 Sniper then.
Hard part is just to get
Non-zero chance they'll bring back quick play ain't happening. Yeah, that's fine. The only issue is that if people actually realize how much power they have when it comes to petitioning for things, if they could convince Valve that it made them more money, they would do it. You know it would. If Valve really only cares about the money, if they could convince Valve that it made them more money to do something to the game, they would do it. I guarantee it. But nobody has realized that power yet. Do not invoke the name of Jill. I mean, you can always check it in a browser if you wanted. It is in a browser. I did adjust the volume in the browser because people said it was too loud. Misery maxing. What if someone makes a quick play mod like Classified? Classified doesn't have quick play, I thought. Isn't it still just the server browser?
in position and staying there.
I would prefer
This
just
design
the
is
server
very
browser
unique
only,
as far as snipers go,
to be honest.
but it certainly helps make her kills feel a lot more
I'd rather
earned
just
than in
remove
other
casual
games.
altogether and just go
And I
back
think
to a
that she
server
makes
browser.
really solid improvements on the sniper formula that keep its gameplay intact, while not falling into many of the pitfalls common of the archetype.
Wait, so what's
This
her gimmick then? Because I guess I haven't been paying enough attention. I don't understand why he likes this one so much. She deals less damage and headshots are only confined to an ultimate move. And that makes it better because she's less powerful at sniping in general then compared to predecessors. For Sniper and TF2, I don't know too much and I'm not very knowledgeable, but doesn't Sniper have frames of animation where you cannot do anything with the sniper, like reloading and such? Yes. In grand total, your minimum headshot buffer is like 1.5 seconds if you take reload time and the buffer time of the scope into account. So that would be 1.7 seconds, I think. So it's like... He does have plenty of weak timing points. I don't know why people complain so much about him. Classified is just the server browser, and they plan on improving it further to give players more information about each server. Okay. It's better because Lucid doesn't have to consider Sniper when he plays. He simply shoots the bad guys. That is really what it comes off as, doesn't it? It's very individualistic. It's very, please let me die as little as possible. Why don't we make everything deal 1 damage to make sure everyone stays alive as long as possible so that they can keep playing the game as long as possible? Military Snake that her snipe is an ultimate, so yes, that she is weaker. Well, that's dumb.
Design is very unique as far as snipers go, but it certainly helps make her kills feel a lot more earned than in other games. And I think that she makes really solid...
Just because you work harder for something doesn't automatically mean it's earned. I totally subscribe to the idea that things should be more difficult so that they do come off as more earned, but it's not just because it's more difficult that it's earned. So this is why frame data kind of matters. Maybe, if you want to get that technical with it.
Improvements on the sniper formula that keep its gameplay intact.
You've heard of Give the Sniper the Machina Tracer. Get ready for Give Sniper the Machina Pierce.
That made me want to make this video. Out of the 2 snipers Deadlock has to offer, Vindicta is the one that I've played the least of, whereas the next character is the reason I play Deadlock at all. Allow me to introduce you to my favorite sniper in all of gaming, Grey Talon.
You have a drone strike?
This character?
The Native American character, of course.
This one right here This is my favorite character in any shooter.
The
He might be
Indian.
my favorite character in anything. I absolutely adore this guy. I'd go as far as to say that I'm his #1 fan. If this stoic archer was removed
We get it, bro. We get it. Shut up.
from the game tomorrow, never to return, I don't think that I'd ever play this game again. There just isn't a character in any game that gives me the utmost joy that Gray, My Family is Dead Talon does. The design of his kit has been meticulously
Dude, shut up.
handled to ensure that
Also, you know what I find really funny? Of course, his favorite one is the one that doesn't have a precision rifle. It's a bow and arrow. I guess we all know what his favorite sniper weapon in TF2 is. The one he might think is the most balanced. Oh my gosh, bro. Give Spy an unlock where he sits in spawn typing at a computer terminal. He's playing a game of chess. If he wins, your team wins instantly. It took difficulty but was not earned. Yes. Yes, definitely. Is his family actually dead? I'm the character, probably. Probably not Lucid. Typical, you're going to the chess portal.
he avoids all of the common mistakes that most other snipers fall into.
He avoids them because he has a bow and arrow.
First, like Vindicta, Talon's primary sniping tool isn't his primary fire. It's an ability with a set amount of charges that goes on cooldown, making his sniping much less oppressive and annoying to fight.
Oh, annoying, oppressive. Oh, so much subjectivity. I love it.
Because he doesn't have it up all the time. However, unlike Vindicta, Talon sniping isn't just for picking off low health targets.
Why is there no fall
It
damage?
also serves as the ideal way to set up for his ultimate.
This doesn't look
The
like a very
Owl.
intuitive game.
This targeted drone strike is a controllable AoE stun.
It's
that
2
can
a.m. for
go
me, so I'm going to
anywhere
go.
on the map.
Farewell,
And
Wazowski. We should be done fairly soon anyway, I hope. Because, holy cow, I've been going for dang near 4 hours on this.
Instantly kills anybody hit by it under a certain damage threshold. Being able to cripple the enemy team at a moment's notice from the opposite side of the map makes Grey Talon an incredibly versatile character that can succeed in pretty much any situation, and it gives you even more spirit power.
So the best thing about his favorite sniper, the ultimate facet of his favorite sniper in all of gaming, maybe even one of his favorite elements of gaming ever, is not even that it's sniping, it's a drone strike. His favorite facet of a sniping character is not its sniping mechanic, it's the drone strike. Is this guy even a real person? This has to be a joke. This all has to be some kind of sick, twisted joke, right? Because, like, there's no... I don't know how much of this video I can actually use in my sniper video, because everything he says is either the same thing everyone else has said, or it's just stupid stuff like this that I wouldn't want to include because I would feel bad for my audience for making them witness this. You know? I don't... What is this? So it'd be snipers shooting just to set up a Girardi mortar. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh my gosh. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing to look at. I don't want to watch this video anymore, dude. Oh, sorry for punching the mic arm. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh. So he doesn't like snipers. Yeah, I guess that's what we learned today, Second Crusader. Yeah, non-moth, that's kind of my brain right now. It's just, huh. Oh. He likes an overpowered character. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Should not do that. Do not associate good points just because people you don't like use them. Agreed. Agreed.
Or on kill, making your sniping even more lethal than it already was with every
That's not your sniping. That's the drone strike doing
single
that.
owl that you hit. Making your sniping even
Wait, hang on. Doesn't this contradict his points about TF2 Sniper? I thought one of his complaints was that Sniper is too long-ranged, yet he likes being able to send a drone strike across the map. Yeah, you're right. Technically through walls at that point because you're just moving around buildings. So you're... Bruh. You got a point there, Second Crusader. Yeah, holy cow. This video is atrocious.
Threshold. Being able to cripple the enemy team at a moment's notice from the opposite side of the map makes Grey Talon an incredibly versatile character that can succeed in pretty much any situation. And
don't we call TF2 Sniper bad because people think that he is too versatile and can succeed in every situation now, especially with unlocks? He's sniping people because it's ranged. I guess.
An incredibly
Hang on, let's look at this. Guided Owl.
Succeed in pretty much any situation, and it
Okay.
gives you even more spirit power on kill, making your sniping even more lethal than it already was with every single owl that you hit.
Wait. So not only does the sniping build up the ability to send the owl out, I think, right? But by succeeding with the owl, your own sniping becomes even more powerful for, I guess, a small time duration. Bro, you can't be serious. This is what a high school essay that was written for the grade reads like, dude. If I had to go back and read my essays from high school in philosophy class, this is what they would read like. This is drivel. It's so stupid. Oh, maybe he's on some good stuff, I guess. I don't know. My bad, Big Dan. I forgot about the subjective fun 10 out of 10 video. True. It's a permanent +8 spirit increase per kill with the owl. Is this video sponsored? Yes, Nonmoth, this video is sponsored. I skipped it earlier because it came off really annoying. And also, I hate sponsors. By the way, just telling you all right now, if I ever have a sponsor in my video for any reason ever at all, unsubscribe. It means that my integrity has been sold and compromised, and that I am in a trap that I do not want to be in. I am doing sponsors against my will. Do not ever let me take a sponsorship, and if I ever take a sponsorship, unsubscribe and dislike the video immediately. I command you. That's my one thing I ever want you to do. Do not let me take sponsorships. I don't need the extra money to sell out, and I don't want to sell out either. So. Okay, I think it might have been made for the sponsorship. This is giving similar vibes to his main menu video. He has a main menu video? What on earth could that be about? Girardi Mortar is really funny and fit in TF2 Gold Rush. No, certainly not.
This is the most amazing positive feedback loop to ever be put in a video game. Whereas Vindicta uses her primary...
Isn't this what he was complaining about TF2 Sniper for, though? The positive feedback loop? And that's not even a loop as much as it is just shooting and stuff, according to him, right? Feels like Lucid made the video at 2 a.m. while drunk. Kinda, yeah. It was about the unused Dust Bowl animated background? How on earth can you make a video about just that? It isn't his typical quality we expected of him. I don't expect quality from Lucid, so that's saying something. He made a video about the TF2 main menu from the Xbox 360 that's still in the modern game. It's background 01. How on earth do you pull that for a video subject on its own?
Fire to set up for her sniping. Grey Talon uses his sniping to set
Sounds
up
like
for
a
a
waste of time.
tactical nuke on the enemy team. This is such a cool take on the sniper archetype, using a character's long-range...
A cool take on the sniper archetype is giving him a drone. You know, in some games, they delegate the drone just to one class, you know?
weapon, not as a tool for one-shotting enemy gamers, but as a way to set up for a completely separate, equally awesome move, is so fucking fun.
Ah, yes, le
And the
funny
other two
nuke for a
abilities in Grey
sniper.
Talon's kit completely synergize with this idea. Rain of Arrows applies a debuff to enemies, allowing him to more easily track them down, and giving him frankly underrated mobility to get out of difficult situations. And
Right, but the lack of mobility is one of the core weaknesses a sniper character should have if you want them to also have a certain level of power. If we gave Sniper a mobility option, like, bro, you know how much seething there would be in TF2? time to one-shot the whole enemy team, plus AoE debuff.
His snare gives him the ability to make the enemy team uninstall
I'm
the
a-
game, forcing the enemy team to avoid an
I thought this was a bad
entire
thing.
area of the battlefield, lest they be cursed and unable to do anything to defend themselves, is such a powerful supportive tool. It's so fun to put enemies in.
You know what game gave the sniper a drone over a decade ago? That's right, Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare Stay Winning PvZ Chads. Huh. I've never played Plants vs. Zombies games, so I wouldn't know about that. I don't even hate the drone idea. Garden Warfare 2 has a drone mechanic for a sniper. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it works for a game. Maybe it works for the game if it's designed correctly for it, obviously. But this drone shouldn't be an infinite ranged nuke that stuns. Don't need to imagine it manpower exists. Haha, true. Would he want COD killstreak items in TF2? The L reminds me of the airstrike. Maybe, I don't know. Sponsored by Roblox? No, it was sponsored by some energy drink. I don't even know.
Situations where they're forced to either run away or be cursed and die instantly to the power of your infinite burst damage.
Infinite?
Deadlock snipers are, by my estimation, the ideal way to implement
That
sniper
respawn time is so long. Who on earth plays a game where you respawn for that long? I don't get it.
characters in a video game. For Grey Talon and Vindicta, aim isn't everything.
Don't you have to aim your drone? And also, I guess not, because yeah, there's a lot of mobility in this game apparently, so there's positioning and focus on that, but like you didn't have to go through all of that to prove that.
No matter how good you are at sniping, aiming your shots, clicking on heads, you are forced to master the rest of their kit in order to be truly effective while playing them.
Forced to master the rest of the kit. I mean, if it works for that particular game design, that works, but how on earth is this a fair comparison to something like Team Fortress 2? It's a MOBA, you need long respawns? Oh. I don't know anything about MOBAs, I'm afraid. I've never had a good in the MOBA world, and I'm not that terribly interested. I want to get into turn-based strategy games and RPGs before I get into MOBAs. The drone in the PvZ games are 5 HP, one shot, and your main body is motionless in one spot. Oh. Cutting into the middle of a video to sell some stuff is not it. Yeah. Did you talk about war paints in the Death of an Art Style video? No, but the same principle still applies to war paints. I think I mentioned them like briefly as part of a larger point, but I mostly just talked about cosmetics, I think. But war paints very much are the same, apply the same principle, I think. He definitely made the video for the sponsor. How many times does he quit TF2 making TF2 vids? I think this is the third time. The sponsor company probably realized how few views he got in his content and forced him to make a TF2 vid. I guess. I don't know. I am not playing the game for 30 seconds at a time, and actually, yeah, I love not playing for the game for 30 seconds. Actually, there was a longer one, 61 seconds. See up here, 78 seconds. Who the heck is playing something like that? What are you on about, bruv? And actually have the money to fund the character. Yeah. It's not. Funk talked about war paints. Yeah, I believe he did. Pretty sure I addressed it briefly because he was right about it, but I don't think I talked about it past a certain point because it was just kind of obvious information. Shorts watching time, yay. Oh gosh, yes. This game is made for as a second screen activity. It is made to doom scroll 2. It's actually disgusting to think about. TF2 and Deadlock aren't really that comparable, man. I know. I don't get it, man.
Sure, a Vindicta who can aim perfectly is dangerous, but that doesn't matter if the enemy team buys knockdown, slowing hex, or phantom strike and completely prevents you from getting a good shot on them.
See, I could just say that you could just play Spy and Sniper has a really hard time because he has to always be aware of the Spy now. But no, somehow Spy isn't even a good enough counter to Sniper. It's only another Sniper. We truly have devolved if 78-second respawn times are acceptable. True, true. Deadlock is Fortnite, League of Legends. All of those bad games. The respawn time scales the duration of the game, so it is more punishing later. It also increases respawn time based on how much larger your money count is compared to the enemy teams. Why? Why would you balance your game like this? Pull out your phone, game. Yeah. Longest I've ever seen is 140 seconds. Somebody had to spend 2 minutes and 20 seconds not playing the video game. No thanks, not interested.
Ray Talon, who can hit all of his arrows, is certainly deadly, but he's no good against any opponent who rushes him down and breaks down his defenses. Each of these characters reward the player for having good aim.
What was that projectile?
Defenses.
Did he throw a pillow and the pillow killed him?
Each of these characters reward the player for having good aim, but they don't completely define what
At Military Snake, so the winners don't steamroll.
makes them special. Vindicta's Tether and Grey Talon's Snare both have excellent supportive capabilities, and being able to affect the enemy team en masse with an incredibly crippling debuff is a really strong tool, one with potency that potentially...
Right, but stun doesn't belong in... Whatever. What is there to master with an airstrike that kills everything below 50% health and can move across the entire map? I feel like he has some weird personal bias towards Deadlock's design. Maybe the video was secretly sponsored by Deadlock, and the energy drink was actually the red herring. In a trickle-down economy, the rich are taxed more with more respawn time. It's dumb. Like, he's been having more fun with Deadlock over TF2 recently, and he's blinded by it. Subjective fun is king for Lucid. Well, we all knew that already, didn't we? They literally have a bird-child creature with a sleepy time theme as a character. That doesn't sound engaging or... well, shouldn't say that. It doesn't sound like very good character design, but I guess it's all in how it's executed. The thing that's always irritated me about Deadlock was that there seems to be too many characters to keep track of, so I never really bothered getting into it. There's just too much decision paralysis right out the gate. Way too much to do. Too much to learn. There is no excuse, but it is funny to Lucid. It's much like how Funk just finds bad loadouts funny now, right? They're all League characters. Oh. Reminder that Deadlock is an AI-generated game, or at least for the for the brainstorming stage it was. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. That's rough.
rivals that of
Good job, Valve.
elimination.
I don't know why we still
And
love
that's
you.
what I wanted to focus on when I made this video. A good sniper character often isn't the one that relies solely on their aim. But one whose aim is only a tool that allows the rest of their kit to be effective.
Would you say that about the rest of the classes in TF2 then, if we're actually talking about TF2 Sniper for a sec? Like, is this why the banners exist? Because it's part of a kit that the rocket launcher simply supports? Is that what that is? Really? Kit? Kit. What kit? What? How is this a way to think about games? Who is we? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Who's we? Sniping is aiming. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It's like, what are you talking about? Aiming has a lot to do with it. Sure. It's not all aiming. Not even with TF2 Sniper. There's so much more in regards of like spatial awareness and positioning and all that. But like when it comes down to it, you still got to aim, right? I thought we all agreed on that. And is that not what sniping is? Is that not what sniping is? I thought you said sniping was more focused towards that as opposed to other things, right? Like, no, I don't know. I don't even know. Steering the owl. I haven't played much Grey Talon, but his steering is odd. What aim isn't a tool in a first-person shooter? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's like, we can bring this all the way back to Doom and just say that aim is everything when it comes to, you know, the way you orient the BFG so that all the tracers hit the monsters right, or how you use the SSG, you know? What?
Their aim, but one whose aim is only a tool that allows the rest of their kit to be a
hang on. Let's back up and just listen to this all together.
Is a really strong tool, one with potency that potentially rivals that of single target elimination. And that's what I wanted to focus on when I made this video. A good sniper character often isn't the one that relies solely on their aim, but one whose aim is only a tool that allows the rest of their kit to be effective. When designing a good sniper character, especially in a PvP shooter...
Aiming isn't a tool, it's a skill. The rifle is the tool. You need to skillfully use the tool also. Just saying. Aiming is not a tool. That is the skill you are trying to build up with the tool being the rifle. grade A dingus over here. Can't even get his words right. Off. There's nothing new there.
It is imperative that they have more to their kit that makes them fun and unique beyond just how good they can aim.
Fun and
A
unique?
badly designed sniper is an attention funnel for all players in a lobby, forcing the game to be less about the objective and more about taking out the sniper.
No. No. Killing the sniper is just part of accomplishing the objective. If it really comes down to that. Or it couldn't be. It depends. Game to game, player to player. You daft, dude.
It's maybe the worst kind of thing you can add to your PvP shooting, the personification of a wild goose chase. But a good
What?
sniper is one of the most reliable ways to create a dynamic and
Wild goose chase. Allow me to drone strike the wedding. Oh my gosh, dude. I really wonder what the true intentions were behind making behind making this video. I have no idea. At least with the CTF video, I could kind of guess his agenda. I don't even understand. This is the most incoherent agenda I've ever had to listen to. Maybe he doesn't mean sniper as the primary classification for this video, but long-range attacking character? That's even dumber then. Because, like, that could apply to, like, rocket launchers taking care of sentry guns in TF2. That's long-range combat. But it's like, what are we supposed to assume here? He's talking about sniper and his balance and issues was not the point of it. Yeah, it really wasn't. This just seems like it was made to glorify Deadlock at the very end. The CTF vid was propaganda for the Imagine Dragons CTF game. I mean, he didn't mention that. Zesty mentioned that in the sponsorship to his other video, but yeah. Because the owl isn't aimed, but sent out as a long-range attack. I'm with Non-Moth here. The only thought going through my head right now is, huh? Huh? Are players like these viewing any FPS game in a linear context? It just seems like they are. I think so.
battlefield to fight in. There's a semi-common sentiment I see online that snipers are a completely unworkable concept, something that should be thrown to the wayside and lost forever.
Remove.
And I think that's absurd. The function of a sniper as a way to force the enemy team to be more mindful of their movement and positioning is sorely needed in all of these games, as they all prioritize both of those skills in how they're designed. The sniper is part of the reason why mechanics like rocket jumping, air strafing, and corner boosting are so useful, as they allow enemies to close the gap between them and the sniper. The sniper acts as a way to encourage this
corner boosting?
Back and forth, push and pull style of combat, and that's not something that should be lost. I just think that too many games get a sense of tunnel vision, focusing their crosshairs on the marksman part of this archetype, when they'd be better to zoom out and take a look at the big picture.
Zoom out, the graphic zooms in.
Because, when it comes to the sniper, aim isn't everything. Thank you for watching.
No one said it was, you idiot! Gosh darn. Why did I subject myself to this, bro? Video about the long-range attacking guy, I guess, but also not. Did he make a video about why a game is good, but it's just a play-by-play of the game? I don't know. The comments under the Lucid vid are crazy, like so much glazing of Lucid ideas. Title drop, that was a pretty bad video, yeah. Glazers are the bane of my existence regardless of any stance. Title card, he was assigned a thesis and had to write an essay to support it. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, that's what it reads like, it looks like, yeah. He really just writes the script to make you feel something instead of actually speaking anything of substance. Yeah, and it seems like the script is designed more so to support the editing. He's a good editor, I guess. He's not a good script writer. The editing is pretentious as well. Yeah, I agree. When are you gonna want dinner? Good question. Very, very soon, I think, but I don't know what to have. Because you have an idea for dinner? Okay, cool, yeah. Then, I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon here, so, yeah, just, yeah, I'll try to wash some dishes real quick after the stream. Birds of a feather. Only 4 hours later. Yeah, oops. There was a lot of philosophy we got into pretty early on. It was a lot more. It was a lot better to discuss that than the video. I was more refreshed and relieved when I was just talking with chat, bro. I was right, lumping in all range capacity besides ones that constitute sniping. Yeah. Invincible. At Military Snake, I can't wait for Zesty React. Dude, that's going to be weird. It's like what Bonk and I were talking about in my Discord server. I'm weird. I am so interested in figuring out what part he's going to fundamentally disagree with and then throw the whole video out upon. Like, he'll love it up to a point, and then I'll say something that's like just too based for him or something. I guarantee it. Pillary's pipeline, that could be applied to everything today. True. Cool, just asking. All right, cool. At Military Snake, I want to see him rip into Lucid for this take. I mean, Zesty's not going to react to my stream here. He's not going to react to my video. He already fundamentally disagrees with me. I don't think I'd trust this man to talk about arcade games. Honestly. I don't think he'll throw the video out. Well, I think he will, Bonk. I think there will be a point where I say something that makes the entire video weird for him because everything else is in service of a point, but I don't know yet. I don't know. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll like it. Maybe he'll actually like most of it at least, because that would be nice. This is very emblematic of what he said once, I think, on one of the UFR vids, but okay. As long as you were good at editing, you can say almost anything. Yeah, I know what clip you're talking about. Yeah. He said that even good editing can save a bad video because it tricks people into believing you actually have something to say. The Zesty reaction to your sniper vid? No. He's not going to react to my sniper video. Not in 100,000 years. A, it'll be too long for him, but also B, he is so diametrically, I guess not diametrically, he's fundamentally opposed to me on everything regarding it, and he has gone out of his way to say that he will never change. He is unopen to anything I would ever have to say, even if it is the truth. So he's not ever going to react to that. He's going to react to my funk video on Saturday, I think. I hope. If he deceives me again, I will be angry. Feels sell better than actual convincing arguments. True. That's why you can get away with selling games as engaging gameplay and stuff like that. It's like, oh, it makes you feel invested in the experience when it doesn't actually tell you anything about the game. I don't get considering any long-ranged weapon a sniper, though. By that logic, the Glock in Half-Life 1 is a sniper because of its long-ranged abilities. Yeah, that's something that I talked about, again, with Alex regarding the Arch video, because there was so much... I think it was the Arch video and the Games Foundation one. There were so many points where they were using clips of being headshot with the pistols, like the Desert Eagle and stuff, and... It comes off as though they don't like the very concept of headshotting at all, or any type of precision aiming, which is just really, really weird. Alex and I talked about that. You guys can see that on the second channel. Trick salad bar? What? He agrees with at least 80% of the video fundamentally. I hope he does. I think you're being too rash about it. He has watched way worse videos. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I don't try to give myself any benefit of the doubt anymore. I'm too scared to do that. I meant Zesty reacting to the Lucid video. Is Zesty planning on reacting to the Lucid video? Because if so, that would be kind of interesting. Zesty kind of sucks at the game, which is why he won't think any other way about Sniper, unfortunately. It's kind of why he has a big problem with JPEG. Who's J_Peg? I don't know who that guy is. Magnum pistol from Halo is a sniper rifle. Maybe your sniper vid will convince the con Zesty that he must change his ways. I doubt it. If anything, that video is going to get a 50% like-dislike ratio. It's going to be like mild support of like well-researched, and then people like, you know, that's just going to be the state of the comment section. I'm not expecting anything massively supportive, but it's not my goal to be like popular or like that people just suddenly capitulate to my beliefs. I just want to illustrate the truth. Sorry, not moth. Sorry. I suck at the game too, but at least I could say that someone is better than me instead of going class XYZ needs a nerf. Yeah. He'd lump that Glock into sniper, probably fair enough, yeah. Using 2 Praetor tokens to buy back your character's engaging moveset. Feels is like sprinkles. Good decor, but won't improve the flavor of the cake. Good way of putting it. Good way of putting it. And that's kind of what the sniper video is also going to be. It's going to be not very focused on feels at all. JPEG is a pro scout that ticked off Zesty. A scout player that plays at the highest level of competitive TF2. Ripped him a new one on a server and Zesty raged and got them to ban him. Astonishing. Truly mature adult behavior. Let's take a look at the... Leave that dislike. Let's take a look at the comments. I think Sniper from TF2 is a cool character. Aw. On his friend server? Oh, wow. You gotta say to Zesty to give you the benefit of the doubt like he wants the people to have for him. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I ask people to give me the benefit of the doubt. They're not going to. So I just stopped having that be my goal. I don't think balance is even that important in TF2, especially versus most games. As far as the core game, like stock only and stuff, I would say TF2 as it stands, if you remove all post-launch content, is honestly pretty good. You could balance it better. You could give the heavy a bit, like, I don't know, you could buff a couple things out like spy and heavy and maybe, but it's really hard to come across a game that was well balanced enough at launch. I wonder what is in Zesty's hard drive. Look at his Twitter page. That'll give you a pretty good indicator. That's another reason why I can't ever fully respect the guy, and like why I know, like, inevitably I don't think he'd ever respect me, because it's like he advertises his porn addiction. I'm not interested in getting on good terms with someone like that. That's someone who's already fundamentally opposed to my entire belief system just on that, so. Not gonna lie, I'd crash out too if JPEG ran through me. Well, you know. I'm surprised you didn't mention Splatoon's Bamboozler, a scout sniper hybrid focused entirely on supporting allies through chip damage. Oh, okay. It's easy. Just do the sniper shaker. Fine, I'll install Deadlock to bleed for 7 seconds. Oh my gosh! Drop shadows on everything. I'm gonna explode raw. Somebody's got the drop shadows in the comments. The drop shadow joke is a thing now. Let's go. That makes me so happy. The drop shadows. That's great. If you find a CD with a sniper on it in the forest, will it be worth anything? What? Ray Ayanomi? That's what's on his hard drive? I don't know what that is. Against your belief system? Yeah, I don't need to get into it too terribly much. It's not relevant to the stream, but Zesty and I wouldn't see eye to eye on a great deal of things, even outside of the game, because of the way he behaves. But that's neither here nor there. It's kind of why, like Richter made a joke one time to me about having me on like idle time or whatever, and I'm like, I'm significantly intimidated by that opportunity, because to talk with Zesty would be very difficult about anything. He is very much like Lucid in the sense that everything's subjective to him, so I would have a very, very hard time talking with him. Also because he's a quick play stan, and while I certainly would agree that it's better than casual, I'm not as big of a supporter of it as I once was. My beliefs have changed due to new information that I actually want to make a video about. I think the sniper is the smelliest TF2 mercenary. There's not a lot of comments actually addressing the substance of the video, which tells me a lot. No garden warfare mention. Marcel. That would make his skill floor high, not low.
Floor is fairly low. A person playing sniper who can't aim in the slightest is essentially a free kill for anyone with even a basic understanding of positioning. This makes him incredibly...
Oh yeah, that would make his skill floor rather high. If that is, if what he says is actually true, then yes, that would make his skill floor high, not low, or at least higher. The email chain. a little bit about the email chain, but more more in depth about it, more chains. I think you know what I'm talking about. Zesty loves Asuka. Oh, it's that anime thing, yeah. I don't mind anime. I'm just not a fan of Evangelion. I'm like, my favorite anime is Cowboy Bebop, and then Robotech because I grew up on the mecha from '85. Military Snake, the Team Comtress dev Fent on the podcast, so why couldn't you? I don't understand. Like, oh, are you talking about MCOMs or like hang on. Cuz he has these on his alternate channel, right? Idle Times. I haven't seen Cowboy Bebop in absolute ages. I need to rewatch it. It was the first TV show that ever actually made me cry at the end. It was amazing. And I want to rewatch it again because I really love it. Outside of that, it's Samurai Champloo. And then the highest chance I have of liking anything anime is pre-2010s, essentially. The sweet spot for me is around the mid-'80s to the late '90s. Because that's just what I grew up on. There are exceptions, like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I think that's one of the best shows ever made. And maybe Death Note, I guess. But outside of that, I love 80s, 90s stuff. There's something charming about it where it doesn't lean too hard into the gags, but it's also like really rich in its story. But it's not like Naruto where it's like for every one episode of actual story, it's like 5 episodes of development and all that. So that's the kind of thing I like. And as far as I'm aware, Evangelion is just depression simulator. So I've never been interested in it because everyone I see is like, oh, it's so deep because it's so depressing. It's like, that is not for me. And that honestly doesn't sound like it holds much substance if all it does is make you sad. Or if it's just about depressed characters. That's stupid to me. But I don't know. Maybe I have to give it a shot. Maybe I am uninformed. Do you and Zesty even agree on cosmetics if he's purely subjective based? Not completely. Zesty will have exceptions to his rules. I try to make a point of not having exceptions because I find them more consistent. That's just the way I roll. So it's really just a matter of how aggressive you want to be about your beliefs or how hard you want to lean into it. And I lean into everything much harder than he does. I am the extremist. Which is funny because everyone thinks Zesty is the extremist because they all hate him for being like vaguely conservative or whatever, but not to brag, but he got nothing on me. Saw it the other day. The cowboy one is the best episode. Yeah, that's a good episode. I'm a massive anime loser. However, it's very hard for me to not think about certain people who watch cute animes with childlike characters. Just shut up, die, man. You never seen FMA? Brotherhood's the better one. I've watched both of them, and they're both pretty good. But Brotherhood's the better one because it was made after the manga was finished, and so it's an actual adaptation of the manga, and it's really, really good. I honestly think it's one of the best fictional examples of implementing God, like the one true God, in your world, in a world where alchemy also exists in the form that it does. And God still having an actual omnipotent presence in that world is portrayed really, really well in that show. So I love it. There used to be a term called I've never heard of that term. I have seen Eva. I didn't think it was as strong as Cowboy personally. It's very nihilistic. Oh, that doesn't sound like my jam then. I'm not a fan of the nihilism. Because people will pretend that nihilism is so deep, and it's just not. Zesty likes the ghost head for Pyro. That's weird. Just watch Evangelion through the movies so you can see a cool world and pretend you didn't see trippy stuff at the end. My favorite radical extremist streamer. Look, I'm not actually gonna say anything that could actually label me as an extremist. I don't make any money off of YouTube. I do this for the love of the game, but I'm not gonna like risk it at this point. It's that kind of thing is for down the road, I would say, when I have a more appropriate way to express certain things and when it's relevant to the conversation, I could say. I mostly like Watamote, is that how you pronounce it? And JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, they're pretty funny. I've heard of those. I haven't watched those. I admit, too, my exposure with anime is a bit weird because outside of TV shows like 80s and 90s stuff, like especially the mecha stuff, a big influence on my life through movies was the Studio Ghibli stuff, especially the earlier films. My favorite one being Castle in the Sky. It's a freaking amazing movie. It's one of the best. So Master Comms. They had Master Comms on. They had Emplemon on. That's crazy. Yo, we talking about anime? Yes, we are. We're just sharing around some tastes and stuff. Cause I just finished watching this video, reacting to it. It's not a good video. Don't watch it, bro. I'm playing Badwater right now, and it's so beautiful. It's probably the best looking outside of launch maps. I personally would disagree, but I agree. It is pretty nice to look at outside of the launch maps. I would actually say that CP Badlands is better, but that's my personal bias. I like Badlands a lot for some reason. Suppose ideas for games where snipers aren't a form of power weapon or such an... Has any game solved the sniper problem by taking inspiration from actual snipers and making the whole class set up for shooting one specific guy without immediately being spotted and therefore dying? Oh, I'm sure there is. I've not seen Castle in the Sky. I've seen Grave of the Fireflies, My Neighbor Totoro, and Princess Mononoke. I've seen the first two. I have not seen Princess Mononoke yet, and I really want to. For some reason, just say Pre-Fortress. Okay, well, I mean, yeah. Pre-Fortress gave me a love for the original aesthetic because so many of the default maps fit really well. Oh, and Howl's Moving Castle. Howl's Moving Castle's a good one too, yeah. What do you think of the TF2 sci-fi event? You know, the space map, laser gun for heavy and whatnot. It came as a pack. I don't know what you're referring to, but it doesn't sound good off the top of my head. So it has a complete art direction, I'm pretty sure. I'm not really sure what I'd think about it. I saw Grave of the Fireflies. I did see Grave of the Fireflies. Yeah, Andrew, I did. Or wait, no. No, I didn't see Grave of the Fireflies. I saw Spirited Away. That's what it was. I'm sorry. I haven't seen Grave of the Fireflies yet either, and I know it's like one of the better ones. So I got to catch up. There's a lot of catch up I have to play in regards to movies and stuff. I'm gonna head out because it's 2:30 a.m. for me, and I need to wake up at 8 for uni. Have a nice stream, everyone, and good night. All right, farewell, Prodan. We're probably wrapping up here anyway. Also, I agree that Badlands looks great, but Badwater adheres to the architecture guidelines. Red is rustic, blue is industrial. That being said, both maps use shadow to give blue locations natural tint. Yes. I like Badwater. It's an all-around pretty good map, I'd say. I remember Fist of the North Star. What? A lot of PvZ Garden Warfare 2 here. Something that makes me really upset is how with Deadlock they're showing they learned their lesson from TF2 at balancing, yet they keep their game untouched in a state that is hard to enjoy. Skin him alive, he likes TF2 sniper. You have it wrong. A skill floor means you have something that can get you. Interesting. It's not the first time that was called out. Good stream. Well, thanks, Second Crusader. Grave of the Firefly is really sad. I have heard that, but I have also heard it's sad in the good way. It's like well written and stuff, so I don't know. I still have to see it. Huh. I wouldn't say Sniper's ammo reserve is too much. Guess you'd have to prove why 25 bullets would be too much. Especially considering that it's coming off of the back of TFC and like Quake Team Fortress, where the sniper rifle is using its ammo reserve alongside its full auto version. So it has 75 shells in the event that you have to use the auto variant, which eats the shells really quickly. So like 25, it's really not that bad. If anything, I think the maybe everyone else should have a bit more ammo. I don't know. 27 views, by the way. What? Really? Oh dear. Oh, it's dropping frames. Oh no. Oh, the bitrate's back. Okay, phew. It's funny because YouTube says that I have 19 concurrent viewers, but overall 257 views. That is the most I've ever had for a stream. We're really breaking every record here. Thanks, guys. You guys are the best. I'm sorry that I interrupt myself so long to read chat and all that. I'm so used to just reading chat and having that be okay. I'm not used to just I'm not used to not reading chat, you know? Is it sniper propaganda? What? Huh. There's not a whole lot of substance in these comments here. It's just a lot of yes-manning. Sounds like you really like Deadlock, but I don't feel you said anything that in-depth about the design of snipers. I agree. This is actually a pretty good point. The TF2 invasion event? Again, I really don't know what you mean. Personally, in TF2, I think Sniper would be liked a lot more if the stock rifle was removed, making the Sydney Sleeper the default. The Sydney Sleeper makes Sniper an actual support, no one-shot, instead simply inflicting an increased damage debuff. Also, definitely love the idea of reverse damage fall-off to balanced snipers. No, that's the dumbest thing ever. It's not remotely intuitive. Goodness gracious. The Sydney Sleeper being the default sniper rifle? Can you imagine? Sniper is weak to flare guns. The detonator or the scorch shot can completely shut down a sniper. That's what I was saying earlier, yeah. The Splatoon segment just feels weirdly out of touch. I don't think there's a single serious modern Splatoon player who would say they're poorly balanced. Huh, I guess that's what Wazowski was talking about earlier. Demo Knight got him, lol. Also 8 seconds of bleed. Oh, Chris TCC. Didn't you make a sniper video as well that you said was rushed because you didn't, you made it for the contest? Yes. This probably has nothing unique to say about it either. Don't remember clicking on it though. Huh. Oh. Somebody doesn't like the sponsor. That's crazy. Okay, well, I am tired. Tired of listening to Lucid's stupid voice. Well-written vid? No. Make Sniper give effects? No. Oh, gosh, no. The heck? Alright, well, That's all I've got. I'm like done. I need to go sit and stare at a hole in the wall, as a wise man said. Decouple this experience from the remainder of my day. No, it wasn't that bad, but like, geez, that was a rough video to get through. I'll leave the VOD up for a little while longer so that people can watch it through if they really want to. But as far as everything else, I'm done for the day. I got stuff to do, places to be, things, you know. So hopefully I will be streaming again tomorrow morning, maybe this weekend, because it's a weekend. I'll be working more on the video, the sniper video, but we'll see. I also just wanted to start streaming the games more and get through my backlog, so I might actually start playing Half-Life 1 tomorrow. We shall see. But I will be up in the morning, and will you clip this up for a video, or will it just be a VOD kept up? I'm going to keep the VOD up for a while, and then what I typically do is I mark the VOD as unlisted, but the playlists are public, so you can find it in the all live streams playlist. Right? Gambling and the Desire Machine, pay to win. Okay. Let me look that up so that I can watch this later. HL1 Peak. All right. I'm going to go watch the Untold Story of CTF. No, please. It's a terrible video. Yeah, I'm not going to clip anything about this because, frankly, there's nothing really that I think I could clip outside of that big philosophical thing earlier. I mean, you guys can make clips of this if you want, but I'm just going to unlist the VOD later tonight. So it'll be up for a little while, and then it should be all done and taken care of. I'm going to go say hello to my wife and join her most likely for dinner and cleaning. There's a lot of dishes to do, and I got to pick up around here. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll just do Half-Life 1 so I can just kind of sit and think about stuff. Because I should get back into Gold Source stuff. Got to get the context firsthand before watching your video. All right. Just a fair warning, though. My video on it is not as good as it could be. Certainly not. There's a point where I get way too emotional at the end. And while I think the general point still stands, it's not... The emotional aspect of my... I don't know why I'm fidgeting with that. I'm just fidgeting now. I think the emotional aspect of it kind of brings the video down a fair bit. Overall, it's fine, but I wouldn't give it anything more than like a B, maybe a B minus. Whereas I would say the funk video is maybe a B plus, A minus. I don't know. Maybe probably a B plus. But yeah, that's... Good luck with that. Let me know what you think. If you want, join the Discord and message me about it. You can always ping me if you want. And yeah, that's all I've got for y'all today. That was the stream. And now that my internet is dying again, I'm gonna bid you all farewell. So, see y'all. Hope you liked what I had to say. Looking forward to more discussions from here on out. And you know, hopefully the Zesty stream on Saturday, I will be in the voice channel of my Discord most likely to do a watch party with that again if he actually does it this time. And yeah, I will I'll see you all later. Hopefully tomorrow morning for me. I don't know about the time zones for the rest of you folks. But yeah, that's it. That's all I've got. So see ya. And thanks for everyone's